What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another installment of the Casually Chelsea Show, your one and only pit stop for 3-hour live podcasts with all the news that's happened since our last Casually Chelsea show. We're back at it, back into the routine, and the routine that you guys are aware of, that you guys must do, that you guys would... Shut up. It's Reese James. You guys must do is smash the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, because it helps support the channel tremendously. More than you can believe. More than you can believe. All right, ladies and gents, we got a big show for you guys today. A lot has happened in the last 24 hours that we must discuss. So let's go ahead and get into this. We'll start off with the first bit of news that we have here before we get into the meats and potatoes. You guys already know how we do this. It's a roller coaster ride. Let's get in the incline before we take the drop. Let's start off with this first bit here. Is Chelsea have now recruited a new partnership, and who would that be with?
Wait, is this a sponsor?
Not a front of shirt one, but it is a sponsor. So Chelsea have announced a strategic partnership with South Korean digital platform Naver. The tie-up will see the launch of an official CFC Naver TV channel, which that's pretty interesting. We continue on. Chelsea Football Club today announced a strategic partnership with Naver, a leading digital platform in South Korea. This collaboration marks the launch of its first official Naver TV channel, where exclusive content will be showcased on Naver Sports. Which, hey, that's cool and all. Where's the front of shirt sponsor? I'm now convinced that we're not going to get one this season. I think we're going to go the whole season without a front of shirt sponsor. And you can say it's embarrassing. I'm going to sit here and say it's, who gives a shit? Let's just make Champions League so we don't have to go through this again.
Are we the first team to do that in the Premier League?
I doubt it. I'm sure there's been other teams that just don't get a sponsor, but...
Talking about Premier League, by the way. That's why I'm saying Premier League. I haven't never seen a team do that all season without a sponsor.
Well, when you say Premier League, are you referring to like time zone? Like you're not counting Barclays Premier League kind of thing? Is that what you're
No, I'm just including the actual Premier League, not like Division 1 or nothing. Like the new era.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, let me put this over here because I got to look for a tweet real quick. But yeah, listen, this doesn't do much for me. I figured I'd bring it up because, some people may want to know about what's going on with the sponsorship stuff. But yeah, it's one of those things that good sponsorships is good. We need money, but the front of shirt sponsor is the big one, right? And that's money on the table that we have not touched and we have not accessed yet. And hey, listen, in this whole world of FFP, PSR, and all that fun stuff, you need all the income you can get. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I'll let you guys speak on it as well. Any thoughts on this whole Naver TV? Is anyone going to tune into Naver TV?
I mean, they got some good TV shows, South Korea. I like the TV shows, but
TV shows are you talking about?
All of Us Are Dead, Squid Games, 8 Show. Like, I love South Korean shows, man. But what else can you say about this?
Huh?
You didn't think I list names, did you?
No, that threw me off. I ain't gonna lie. One more thing I would like to add to this segment, by the way, is kind of pretty much in relation to this. Is let me get it on the screen for you guys really quickly. And I mean really quickly because you guys see how much we got to talk about here. So this came out earlier today, right? Yeah, earlier today in reference to business side of things with the sponsorship, right? After a few months off, T. Klein has joined Chelsea as president of commercial, formerly Tottenham's CCO. So I guess that's... commercial something officer, chief commercial officer. There we go. Klein primary focus will be on increase the club's commercial revenue and secure a front of shirt sponsorship deal. Klein has reportedly already taken the first steps in this direction, but finalization of talks is by no means imminent. Chelsea are hoping for at least a partial compensation for the revenue from the main sponsor, as was the case with Bing X deal was announced in early 2024, initially as a sleeve sponsor, £6 million, and from this season as a sponsor of the front of shirt training kit, or the front of the training kit. The CWC is seen by the club as an additional incentive for a sponsor to gain international exposure. Chelsea's women club? Or I don't know. I don't know what this means, CWC. But that being said, this guy's working on a front of shirt sponsor, but it's not there yet. The work is in progress. Club World Cup. Thank you, Prime. The Club World Cup is seen by the club as an additional incentive for the sponsor to gain international exposure, which I understand that. And there is a lot of prize money on the table in terms of the Club World Cup. So it is an important competition for us, especially since we've been out of Europe and world international stage for a while now because of the Champions League. But, I mean, thoughts, questions, concerns on the whole sponsorship ordeal, ladies and gents? No? Okay, cool. We'll move on then. We'll move on. We know what everyone wants to talk about. We'll move on. Jesus Christ. Tough crowd here. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Anyways, let's go ahead and move on to the next topic. But all in all, it will get done. It's being worked on. I don't really care. I'm not gonna rag on this too much. It is money on the table, but at the same time, it's also, I guess we're gonna be more picky about it and not just take anyone, right? So, we'll move on and see what's going on. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and continue on without being rudely interrupted into the next topic, which is banner at the bridge. Ladies and gents, I needed to put this in here because we ragged on Chelsea supporters for not having certain banners at the bridge for the longest time and supporting the stupidest players for having one decent year at the club, those players not having loyalty to said club either. But yet we have legends of the game that get absolutely no support and no banners made for them. The disrespect is insane. But alas, I eat my words because the Chelsea supporter group or whoever's in charge of this, I think it's the Chelsea Supporters Trust or something like that. They did it. They finally did it, guys. And here we go. So the We Are the Shed, there we go. New permanent banners have been ordered for N'Golo Kante and Gianluca Vialli, which is right over here as well. And they will hopefully be up in the new year. A replacement banner has also been ordered for Paul Cannavale as well. Listen, this is great to hear. This is how it should be. We need to respect legends of the game. We need to respect players who have actually done something to deserve a banner, not just give it to the first fucking Cobham graduate that happened to have a good GNA output season, or the first one that looked like he gave a shit on the pitch. That's not what it means to be a Chelsea legend. That's not what it means to be recognized by the fans, okay? You need to have done it over a course of multiple seasons. And Gianluca Vialli, Paul Cannavale, and N'Golo Kante, of course, have done it for multiple seasons at Chelsea. These are players that, despite our highest or our lowest of our forms at Chelsea, have always stepped up. And you are the problem. You are the problem. I'm joking, but I'm also not. You are the problem. But go ahead. How do we feel about the banners finally being made? Because I feel like low key, it kind of vexed people that the N'Golo Kante took this long to get made.
Yeah, that's the one I never said. When we started making banners and Kante's still at the club, right? We're just making for Mason Mount and all that. We just didn't get one for Kante, and it's just he's like the old toy or something, and we just didn't want to do it for the new ones. I don't know, but yeah, it's about time Kante got one in, and Vialli as well, because he's a legend to the club too, I think, or Col Hero. Came before Roman at least as well. So yeah, like it's gonna look good at Stamford Bridge. The one thing I give Chelsea credit, like we do banners better than any club in the Premier League for sure. Like no other club. You look at me like that? Can you think of a
How
club?
do you know that? How do you know
Because
that?
I watch. Come on, we watch a lot of games. Do you ever see like other clubs on Twitter or when you're watching a game like their banners? I
don't
Klopp's
pay
one,
attention to other clubs. I barely pay attention to our
Klopp's
banners.
One. I seen Klopp's one is completely dead to Tuchel's. Go look at Klopp's banner. It's dead. They didn't make a big ass banner for Klopp. No. Like look at Man United banners. Like they have none. They have like the Ferguson one and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, I think, and that's about it.
I mean, Brian, what do you think about this?
We do better than anyone else.
Can you agree? Actually, can you agree that do we do banners better than everyone else?
Prove me wrong.
I mean, I don't pay attention to banners. I can't really prove you wrong.
I
barely know what banners we have at the bridge.
We have many.
I know we do. Prime?
Oh, I don't care.
He just wants to Reece James talk, man.
Yeah, he really does.
Oh, no.
I'm trying to prolong it, man. I'm trying to prolong it. I don't want to talk about it.
No, it's not even that. I just don't like.
It's inevitable, Chris.
I don't like notice our banners compared to other banners and stuff.
No, but what do you think about the N'Golo Kante banner finally being made? At least
I do have banner game knowledge. Yes.
I mean, he's a fraud, but whatever. This is what it is.
Huh?
He's getting a banner.
This is how I know you're trolling, bro. You just called N'Golo Kante a fucking
trolling.
fraud.
People know my thoughts on Kante.
Why are you calling him a fraud?
People know my thoughts on Kante.
He's too short.
I can't. All right, whatever. But no, it's about time he finally got a freaking banner made.
Banner, no, sadly not.
Say one more time.
Some guys say, does Hazard have a banner? I say, sadly not.
See, this is what I mean. But Mason Mount gets a banner, or Conor Gallagher gets a banner.
It became a trendy thing of Chelsea later on.
That's fucking stupid.
Like,
since when has Chelsea become a TikTok club? Like, we don't fucking do trends.
You see why I don't care?
Hey, they're good banners, but I rate it.
I don't care because, like, there's no real structure to it. Anyone can get one, but our best legends can't get one. No, I don't care.
It shouldn't be that way.
I'm sure down the line there'll be more and more legends made. It's just it became a thing after like 2021, 22. Will Chelsea like start making these banners? I mean, they're doing something. Most Premier League clubs don't do this, so not like this anyway. Like the big ass banners.
Yeah, more Premier League clubs don't have a Johnny Minerals in their family.
Does my racist have a banner? Not yet. Kofi. John Terry does not.
Well, it is what it is. It is what it is.
I'm surprised John Terry ain't got one. Actually, I'm actually a little bit shocked. No, he's a massive.
He has to have one. He has to have one.
I don't. No. I think Lampard and all that. You know, a huge ass banner of all the players and all that. Yeah, he technically does have one in that huge one. You know what I'm talking about with all the players and Romans in it. Tuchel's holding Champions League and. I don't think Todd Bowley's. No, I don't think he's in it.
You know what we need? Like, fuck this banner stuff. We need to start building some statues.
If I can get it.
We need to get a Lampard statue. We need to get a Drogba statue, a Peter Cech statue, and then we'll talk about.
I'd love to get a Peter Cech banner though.
We'll talk about Terry.
I mean, if the club was going to
have a meeting about Terry.
No. Well, having a John Terry is bad for PR, but.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't think we can make him a statue, but we're gonna have to debate that one. We're gonna have to see
the club will probably do it,
if Chelsea fans are gonna beat the allegations. So we'll leave it at that. But hey, I'm glad that N'Golo, Gianluca Vialli, Paul Cannavale, all these legends of the game or of Chelsea, I should say, have gotten their very well deserved banner. But yeah, that being said, we move on to Chris's favorite segment. Chris, it's been a while, Chris.
Okay.
So it's Chris, come on now. All right, Chris. Let's talk about this. A new kit leak. Chelsea 25-26 third strip will continue to be black. Third kit? Is that what they meant? Okay. Will continue to be black, similar to the 24-25 season. It is made by Nike and will be worn in the 25-26 PL. Okay. So we'll have a black themed kit. And that I'm jumping the gun. Sorry, guys. So let me go back to this.
Be on it.
It's a random ass piece. But hey, I mean, Chris, you've been wanting a black kit for a while, man. And if it's black and white, if it's black, I know you want black. No, do you want black and white? Or do you want black and gold?
I mean, black and white's good as well, but the black and pink one I got with Reece James on the back actually.
So, Chris, when did you get his name on the back?
Start of the season.
So it's your fault.
How did I get his name? The last 2 seasons were way worse. It could be way worse than this.
So it's your fault then. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm on uprising.
Just read the chat.
I didn't jinx shit, man.
Man, you guys are fucking. Well, actually, no. Never mind. I take it back.
Hey, we might not even have
third
the Nike,
kit.
The Nike sponsor too by then.
What do you mean?
I heard. I swear I saw on Twitter like Nike are not happy with us, like I don't know, money wise or something. I don't know. I just saw some. I thought you maybe would have saw it, so maybe you would have put the pieces together at this point.
No.
I'm just saying
I thought we still had a long-term deal with
No, I swear I
just
saw.
don't know
Eunice talk. Eunice. He said, "Yeah, let's get Umbro back." Or no, not Umbro. Adidas.
There was something about Nike not being happy with our
Oh yeah,
revenue,
that happened while I was away.
Yeah, but that had to do with the fact of we're not actually in Europe. We're not in the Champions League.
Yeah, that's
no, but they're also. It was with the shirt sales. They haven't been that well, which. Yeah, you could say that's partially to do with the exposure and not being in Champions League. But at the same time, people complain about how shit those kits been looking lately.
Oh, yeah, I'll take Adidas back, too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Chelsea
no, Adidas is going to give you bad... Bro, Adidas are the ones that made Arsenal the Jamaican national team. All right, let's stop this.
Come on, man. We got a cum stain of a shirt right now, so don't...
No matter how good or bad a kit looks, the fans will buy it if we're doing well. So.
Oh, that's fair too. Yeah, that is fair. That's a good point. So, listen, if we do well, if we get into Champions League, then all this will be water under the bridge, you know? So, who gives a fuck? But at the end of the day, we need a front of shirt sponsor. And Nike, if you want to help with your shirt sales, make good kits. I guess.
That black kit's good.
This season, I do like the kits.
Also,
go ahead.
For the main course, I sent in.
We're almost there. Dude.
You really want to get there, huh?
That you can add to the dish.
Where did you send
his Instagram post or something, right?
Chris, shut up, man! Stop spoiling.
Well, you got to tell me where you put it because I don't have anything.
Into the group chat.
Okay, I gotta check that. If you could send it to private chat, that'd make it a lot easier for me. But yeah, so. Chris approves black and white. Hopefully, we'll see what it looks like soon rather than later, and we'll go from there. So, yeah, front of shirt sponsor coming soon, and then new kits for next season. Third kit are gonna be cool. So it is what it is. And to your surprise, ladies and gents, listen, hold your fucking keep your pants on. You know how this show rolls. We gotta wait for the people to join before the party actually starts. You know what I'm saying? You don't just fucking get to the main fucking event without building up to it. All right? So hold your panties in a bunch. We will get to the news very, very shortly.
There's no concept art.
No concept? What?
Do you guys not see the leaked kit for next year? I don't know if it's real or not, but there's a leaked kit for next year.
I usually wait until Footy Headlines comes out with it. I mean, we can look on their Instagram or Twitter and see if there's a leaked kit, but as far as I'm aware, there's only leaked color schemes. That's about it, really. Oh, the Mexican national team. But yeah, there's no actual kit. leak. Konami, oh, that's a cool sponsor.
So yeah, people, let me just say, for any Chelsea fans or even rivals that you know, share the sit-up. This is gonna get good. Trust me, it's gonna get good.
But all right, cool. Let's go ahead. Oops.
Do you actually think we'll get a sponsor this year? I don't think we'll get one at all.
We will. There's no way we go the whole season without a sponsor. Financially, just does not make sense.
Transfer window, like January, we'll get a sponsor.
2, 3. Okay. We're 4 topics away, Prime. I'm just letting you know. We're very close.
It's like Christmas.
No. Hey, Marshall, listen. I was told, you gotta eat your vegetables first before you get to the real food. So I'm fine. I'm patient.
Yeah, exactly. Let's all be patient. We'll get there. We'll have this discussion as well. And I'm also waiting for people to show up, but it's okay. Anyways, next topic I wanted to touch on as well is we're kind of going back to a bit of news that we had earlier in the season, and we never really heard anything of it until recently. And it's this guy right here. So we have a new chief analytics officer. So if you guys remember some time ago, this guy was he had some position in an NBA team. I think it was the Cavaliers. The little guy. Oh my god.
No, he's still against this big giant number. I remember who it is now because I think we talked about him before.
Yeah, I'll actually let me see if I can find him. But Sanjay Gupta has been appointed as Chelsea's first chief analytics officer and will lead development of their data science capabilities. So that being said, he's probably going to help us refine our data and make sure we're using the best data.
What's the data in, by the way? In players,
only the best data. The best data in the world.
Wait.
The greatest data that you've ever seen. In the Premier League. He's from the Minnesota Timberwolves. There we go.
All right, Marshall Trump, calm down.
Yeah. For someone who's not, you know what? What's the data in anyway? Players or?
Probably the data we use to recruit players and stuff.
What's he gonna? Wait, how is he gonna know about players?
These
He's
guys.
NBA.
Well, no. I think he's just gonna make sure. Well, okay. First of all,
is he gonna look at surface score?
Statistics is statistics, no matter where you go. So it's about if he can properly do the job, right?
I guess that's by
then take those skills. Well, yeah, obviously I think he's going to be watching the games. He's going to be studying the games and looking at the data. And I think what this is going to help us do is to better identify the targets that we are looking for and the profiles that we're looking for. Because as pretty good, I say pretty good, like literally, as pretty good as recruitment has been, it could be better. And there could be, we could have done better in terms of recruiting, for example, the center backs. Axel Disasi, people are saying not good enough. Badiashile, not good enough. Maybe if we had better data, because this is a very data-driven, company, Blueco, then maybe we would have gotten a better profile that suits our needs. So I think if I were a betting man, I would say that Mr. Gupta's job here is to improve on where we get our data from and to help us better identify what kind of profiles we're looking for and where we can find them.
Wonder if he's gonna be any good, huh?
Yeah, I wonder too, because I don't know. Coming from Timberwolves to a club like Chelsea, that's pretty much a pretty big
NBA
step
well,
up.
right?
Yeah, NBA. I'm not so worried about, like the actual like sport, right? It's if you can take the skills of identifying talent in that sport and then translate them over to football, right? That's what I'm worried about. If you have the fundamental skills, I would assume that by watching the sport, by learning it over the course of time, you start to be able to refine and better identify what are the important statistics to look into for certain types of profiles you're looking for.
I mean,
especially because we're recruiting young.
I would assume that he has some sort of knowledge about football in the first place, because like there's certain things that you would only know if you actually watch the sport. You can't you can't just use data for everything. Sometimes just having knowledge on the sport and using your eye test, which you can only have an eye test by actually having knowledge on the sport itself. But yeah, it is what it is. If he's meant to be the best in his field, hopefully it translates and hopefully he does well with us.
I hope so too. What, Chris, you were going to add something to that?
No, like I said, you talked about stats and all that, yeah, data and all that, but like Prime said and I said before, you got to actually watch the game and know the game. Like, I mean, our data right now of like a lot of scouts right now has been pretty good. Like, even the players we ain't got have been pretty good. Like you said, you know, Duran and all that. Samu's been decent too, of course. We obviously scouted a lot of keepers, so I don't know how many more keepers we can really scout, to be honest. We signed 7 in the transfer window, but I don't know, man. I don't know if he's trustworthy in the start team. It might be good. Time will tell if he gets sacked in a year or so.
Or if he leaves, that's also a possibility as well.
Leaving means he's sacked.
Not necessarily.
If he leaves after a year, that means he's sacked. If he says he's left now, he's sacked.
Not really.
Sus.
If he goes to Real Madrid, that doesn't mean he's
okay, yeah, you know, fair enough. If he goes to a better club, then yeah, I hear it. But if he goes to like, you know, no club like that, then
yeah,
he ain't good enough.
Well, time will tell. Let's move on to the next topic I have for you guys, which is a little bit of a follow-up of what I was talking about last show, which is Hilario. Hilario leaves Chelsea. It's now, I don't know if it's been officially announced, but it's now been pretty much confirmed.
It was officially announced today.
Oh, okay, cool. So let's go ahead and look into this real quick. So Chelsea, we have here Hilario. Enrique Hilario handed in his resignation at Chelsea to become Tuchel's goalkeeping coach, according to Matt Law here. Matt Law also reporting Chelsea have not commented on Hilario's departure, but sources have confirmed to Telegraph Sport that his resignation has been made official. We continue on. Goalkeeping coach Enrique Hilario and head of performance and analysis James Melbourne have both left Chelsea to reunite with Thomas Tuchel as part of England's backroom staff. And then lastly here, Chelsea are unlikely to replace Hilario, given head coach Enzo Maresca has goalkeeping coach Michel de Bernardin and assistant Willy Caballero, who is a former Blues goalkeeper, on his staff. Now, this makes me question, because I do recall early on in the season, or at least in preseason, we discussed that Enzo could potentially improve on Sanchez. And it makes me think that is it possible that Hilario had that task and he didn't because Hilario was already in that position, that it didn't give this is it Michael or Michelle? I think it's Michelle. This Michel de Bernardin the chance to, you know, kind of work on Sanchez or something like that. I mean, this is just theory here, right? Like, it's just, you know, I can't confirm or deny this stuff, but I'm just thinking outside the box, right? Like, what if that's what was the issue here, was Hilario and his coaching abilities? Not to disrespect Hilario, but yeah.
I don't know, because the work of Sanchez, he was never really like great before Chelsea.
Mm-hmm.
I can't really like blame it like on Hilario. Like, is it Hilario's fault when he makes stupid mistakes on the feet and just passes straight to a player because he's just fucked up passing? Like, I feel like sometimes the mistakes Sanchez makes, for sure, it's just basic mistakes. Like that goal against Arsenal, I feel like any keeper should know not to be in their post like that, regardless of training and stuff. So I think he's just unsavable as a keeper, to be honest. He's been very frustrating just because how stupid he is.
Well, I guess part of me, listen, X-Style, the content, that's just part of it. I'm sorry to tell you. I gotta come up with content, and it's been kind of a dead news week in terms of international break and all that. But my point in bringing this up, there was an actual point in this, right? Is anyone curious to see what could potentially happen to Sanchez in terms of his goalkeeping ability? Or not even Sanchez, we could even say Jorgensen in this, right? Is anyone curious, and chat, questions open to you as well. Is anyone curious what could potentially happen now that Hilario is out of the picture?
I think Jorgensen is a good goalkeeper, by the way.
Okay.
aside from the reorgans and stuff. Sanchez, the guy is irredeemable. If you guys watch, or if you guys are subscribed to the Sky Sports Premier League YouTube channel, which I am, I was watching the punditry from our Arsenal game, and Graham Potter was on there, and he was speaking on Sanchez, and he was talking about how
You're cutting out a little bit.
Am I actually cutting out?
It's the microphone. Like the microphone's kind of picking up and not picking up.
Hold on. Hear me now?
It's just a bit quiet.
As well. Hear me now?
I think so.
Are you sure? Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yep, it's a lot better now. There you go.
I think it's a bit further away, that's all.
Oh, it's where it's wearing the headphones.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So Sky Sports, the Arsenal game. I was watching the punditry stuff with
Graham
Potter was on there, and he was talking about Sanchez and the goal we conceded, the Martinelli one, the nail post. He was talking about Sanchez and how this is what Sanchez like he's kind of like, can't remember his exact phrase. I'm gonna paraphrase, but basically he's like, have more faith in Philly. It's crazy. Pause. He was saying that Sanchez is like wrong-headed, like he's going to be doing those sort of stuff. You can't. Really
Didn't he say something along the lines like Sanchez is Sanchez, right?
Yes, Sanchez is Sanchez. He can't be coached out of it. Which is why he got dropped for Jason Steele, who is not even that good of a goalkeeper, really. So yeah, the fact that we bought Brighton's third choice goalkeeper is very embarrassing. It's the worst signing we've made. I'll be sorry, it's the worst signing we've made. So at least with Mudryk, yes, Mudryk costs a lot of money, but Mudryk has some redeeming factors. He has something about him. Sanchez has nothing about him. He's the worst signing we've made.
I mean, I don't know about the worst signing. Just because of the price point.
Actually,
I don't. Okay, who's the worst signing in Central?
Fuck. I mean, again, I'm taking into account not just performances, but I'm taking into account the price we've paid for them. I think I still have to give it to Kepa.
Lukaku, where's
No,
Kepa?
I said no in Blueco.
In goalkeeping.
I said Blueco. I said Blueco.
Oh, under Blueco?
Yeah, this ownership.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
Nah, Marshall, it is then.
This ownership, he's the worst signing.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's still a tough one too, because you have Aubameyang, who because
Aubameyang never played. He didn't get minutes.
Yeah. But the reason I say that is because apparently, rumor has it, that in his contract there was a clause that after a certain amount of games, it would cost Blueco way too much money to play him, so they were forced to not play him.
That's so stupid.
No. Remember we went over this, Chris? Like,
yeah,
on the show we talked about this. There was that's up there, right? Like that's up there with a really bad signing.
I don't remember.
That's not the player, though.
No, it's not in the player. Yeah, it's not an Aubameyang, but that's a bad signing in terms of the contract, right? The financials of it. Koulibaly's kind of up there. I don't think Koulibaly was as bad as people made him out to be, but I wouldn't. Koulibaly's not worse than Sanchez. I'll give you that. Who else did we sign in that window?
It's not a lot of players.
At least Koulibaly, he got dropped and then he got sold. Sanchez is still here. He's still our first choice goalkeeper.
Still cost.
And the only reason he got dropped last season is because he got injured.
Mm-hmm. Outside of Aubameyang, it might be, because right now for me, Aubameyang is number one, just because like it was such a waste of a signing. We threw money at that just so we couldn't play him. I would say Sanchez is there. Mudryk, if he didn't get better this season, I would have put Mudryk in that
again,
that topic.
Mudryk, I don't think Mudryk is a worse signing than Sanchez.
No. He's gotten better. He's gotten better this season, and I think that helps recoup some of that money, right?
I'd rather
There's a
keep
lot of
him
clauses.
over Sanchez for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%.
I know we paid 60 for him, but
how much was the signing of Sanchez? Robert
20 million,
Sanchez
15. Like he wasn't like too crazy. He's just.
And we amortized it. That's the thing.
The thing with Sanchez over the year, like especially this year's,
it was 20 million pounds plus 5 in add-ons according to Wiki.
Wow. 25.
Yeah,
That's still more.
That's almost half as Mudryk, in all fairness.
That's why I can't say it's like the worst signing under Blue Co. Because I feel like we paid a lot more for Aubameyang and we didn't even use the guy.
Yeah, but we didn't use Aubameyang. It's not Aubameyang didn't fail.
He was good when he's playing too.
So no, you asked what was the worst signing, not what was the biggest signing failure.
But worst signing means failure.
I think. Let me look at Aubameyang's signing.
Bro, if you're a flop, you're a flop because you failed, not because you didn't get a chance.
Oh, to be fair, Aubameyang wasn't that much either.
No,
12 million euros.
How much you thought he was?
10.3 million pounds.
Yeah, he's cheap.
Yeah, but again, we didn't use him.
We did use him until
we
Tuchel got
used
sacked
him for like 3 games all season.
Yeah, but that's my
His
point.
link up was fire too, man.
Aubameyang
Yeah, he
cannot
was
be a flop.
great.
Aubameyang cannot be a flop.
Nah,
Sanchez
It was a waste of money.
Sanchez will cost
Sanchez
us
is a
top
waste
4
of
this
money.
season, by the way.
Yeah, that's the thing. He could cost us top 4 as well, potentially. That's way worse than what Aubameyang is ever going to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard
last
to say.
season he was shit as well.
It's so hard
Bro.
to say.
Marshall, it's not. Sanchez will cost us top 4 this season, by the way. I'm just saying. He needs to get dropped quickly.
You could throw Sterling in there, but Sterling has at least performed in some games and given us
Sterling
goals
was
and
the shout,
stuff.
though. I will say Sterling
is a shout
because the expectation, like how old he is, like
the salary.
The salary too.
Yeah.
And he's failed.
Yeah.
But again, though, Sterling has at least performed, and I mean, we've had moments where we're like, okay, go Sterling, and then we've had moments where we're like, okay, Sterling needs to go. I think, as far as I'm aware, like
had more of those moments.
With Sanchez, it's always been like, dude, is not good enough, not good enough.
Probably had like 2-3 games, good games.
And the thing is, right, at least with Sterling, we bought him with the potential of being like
The
still
leader.
having something left. We bought Sanchez knowing that he was bad. We bought him knowing he was 3rd choice at Brighton. That's why for me he's worse. But fine, if you want to argue it with Sterling.
No, I wouldn't say Sterling. Like, if I'm gonna take, I still think the Aubameyang one is not a good one.
That's crazy. You hooked on Aubameyang's name.
10 million pounds to play him for 5 games all season.
Yeah, he was good in those 5 games.
Not really.
He was good.
He was good for 1 game, and that was
come on, that 1 game. Like he had a couple of good Champions League games, and that 1 game against Crystal Palace, I think he was pretty good in that game. His link up was good and all that. He was good, and he got, I don't know how many goals he got. He didn't get many, I don't think.
Chris, he played 5 games.
Yeah, I know, and like, I'm pretty sure 3 out of 5 he definitely had good games.
Are you gonna pay 10 million pounds for a player to play 5 games?
I ain't paying shit for any of these players, but like it don't make a difference.
That's what I mean. Like, for 10 million pounds, I feel like I could have.
Am I gonna pay 25 million for Sanchez? Not, no. Hell no. I wouldn't be paying 5 for him.
The thing is, though,
I need him out.
Sanchez at least has. Well, okay, hold on. Let me rephrase this because I was about to say something wild there. 25 million for Sanchez.
It's crazy.
There's listen. There's context to it too.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. What?
Well, I'm not gonna say it because then that defeats the purpose of me not saying it, right? But Sanchez under Potter on Potter's last year before he came to Chelsea was arguably top 3 goalkeepers in the Premier League. However,
that's not true. Marshall,
that is very true.
Marshall,
yes,
you know why that's not. You know why that's not true? Because he got dropped towards the end of the season.
Under Potter?
For Steele. Yes, when Potter
so,
wasn't.
yeah.
He got
it
dropped
wasn't under
for Jason
Potter.
Steele.
It wasn't under Potter.
I don't know how we're gonna prove that, but I'm pretty sure he did.
You could check, but it wasn't under Potter.
Scott.
Listen in the comments.
Scott, are you there?
Oh, Scott, yeah.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you. Marshall just said that Sanchez, his last season at Brighton, was top 3 goalkeepers in the league.
No, that's not what I said. I said under Potter's last season at Brighton, Sanchez was a top 3 goalkeeper in the Premier League.
Yeah, so Sanchez's last season at Brighton.
No, Sanchez's last season at Brighton was under De Zerbi, and he fell out of favor with De Zerbi.
Yeah, he was still starting under De Zerbi. It was only like, I want to say it was like November-ish or December when he got dropped.
Yeah. And like people want to say, like there's rumors. Listen, I don't know what's true, right? But there's rumors that people want to say that he fell out with De Zerbi. Like it was a clash of personalities. I think the easiest answer was that he just didn't play. He was bad at passing from the back, which De Zerbi wanted from him.
Marshall,
so he got dropped.
Wait, Marshall, did you say Potter's last season at Brighton?
Yes. Last full season. Not the season we picked him up. The season before we picked him up.
Yeah, Potter's last full season at Brighton was Sanchez's last full season at Brighton.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, yeah, that's exactly what I said. So Sanchez's last season at Brighton.
No, but it wasn't like, it technically wasn't his last season because like he had another season at Brighton. He played like half the year.
And then
who played half the year?
Sanchez.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
He still
played under De Zerbi, but like he got dropped, as I said. I think he got dropped in like November, December. Part of it was because he fell out with De Zerbi, but also part of it is just terrible.
Yeah, the season we had with Potter, Sanchez was still at Brighton the whole time.
He still played.
You probably said
it was once we sacked Potter in that summer we picked up Sanchez.
Okay.
Yeah,
you confused me too. I just realized, that's what it is.
But no, like.
Okay. Either way,
the reason it's being brought up though is because Scott
disagree that he was top 3 goalkeepers. I disagree with that.
Well, I think statistically he was.
I don't remember if he was top 3 goalkeepers, but what I will say is like we had this conversation on Lewis's channel earlier. He had hype around him. Like there was talk about who we were going to go and get as goalkeeper or who would be got as goalkeeper, and people were talking about what's it called? People were talking about like him, Raya. I think there was a couple of others. There was like 3 or 4 goalkeepers in the Prem that were being talked about as could move up to bigger clubs, and Sanchez was one of them.
The reason it's even being brought up, Scott, just to give you some context, is we were kind of discussing if under Bluco Sanchez has been the worst signing, and the only one I can think of that comes close is Aubameyang for £10 million.
No, the worst. No. The worst signing we've made under Bluco is Koulibaly.
We did talk about Koulibaly. It's fair.
I personally don't think Koulibaly was that bad.
No, I'll be so honest. In my mind, it's not even close.
No, but Scott, I hear Koulibaly, but my thing is with Koulibaly, at least he got dropped and then we got rid of him.
No, I agree. But for me, what makes a worse signing is their impact on the team and in general, and like hype and everything. Like Koulibaly came in as the silver replacement. He came in as the silver replacement. He came in off the back of, was that after the season where they won the league?
He got John Terry's number.
Was it the season before that? Okay, the season before they won the league. But he came in with hype. Like he came in with hype. He had one good game. Yeah. Oh, sorry, he had 2 good games, 1 in the league. Like outside of his debut, I don't remember him having another good league game. And he was dreadful. He was our worst centre back that season, worse than Cucurella playing left centre back. Like that was a Cucurella who had his house robbed and was having a terrible season.
His debut against Spurs.
No, his debut was against Everton. I might have had the Spurs game as well, but that's 2 games out of 38.
Dude, he was
I hear the Koulibaly talks over.
Did he score against Spurs?
Yes.
Think so?
He scored a volley. Do you not remember that banging volley?
His debut was against Everton.
Yeah, that was his debut, I think.
Tottenham?
Now I gotta look this up. Hold on.
No, his debut was against Tottenham. He scored a banger. Yeah.
Oh no, that's fair. Fair call. The Tottenham game then. I think he was good against Everton as well, actually, which might have been the second game we played. So he was good in 2 games, and then I think he was good in one of the one of the AC Milan games we played. And outside of those 3 games across the whole season, he didn't have another good game. He was shit. He was ass.
I hear it. Okay, fine.
So to be fair, there's a few you could put in that like bracket. Like it's Koulibaly, it's Sanchez. Dewsbury Hall will be up there. I'd argue Felix will be up there, but probably not actually, just because of his impact in the Conference League more than anything. But those three will be up there. There's probably a couple others.
What about Aubameyang, Scott? What about Aubameyang?
But for me,
Aubameyang's up there, but
Really?
Aubameyang's up there.
Koulibaly played against Everton, by the way. Just pointing that out.
Yeah, I knew he played against Everton. And I thought he was decent in that game.
Yeah, but there's some signings we've made that I just don't care about. I don't care about the Hughes Hall signing. I don't count Aubameyang as a flop. Koulibaly, the fact that we got rid of him within a year doesn't really impact me that much as being a flop, but I understand what you're saying, Scott. For me, it's Sanchez. And also,
I will say
Sanchez will cost us top 4.
I was going to say that will be the thing with Sanchez will be depending on what happens the rest of the season. If he plays the whole season and we don't get on top 4 and it's because of him, or he is a large factor of why, he will go down as the worst signing he will go down as one of the worst signings we will have ever made, period. Not even under Blueco, period.
And also, particularly remember what we talked about on Losers Channel, Scott? If this is true of Blueco are playing him to keep his value high to sell him in the summer, if that is true and we don't make top 4, then factually he is the worst signing under Blueco.
I would say with Sanchez, the longer he stays as our number 1 goalkeeper, the worse of a signing he becomes.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, like I think right now, if we can nip this in the butt and cut our losses, then we can save face. But like, for
that's
example,
the only thing he has going for him, by the way, is this fee.
Yeah.
Is the fact we didn't pay a lot. That's the only thing he has going.
20. We just looked it up. It was £20 million plus 5 in add-ons. Which
bro, I looked as well.
Add-ons fee?
I looked earlier as well. This dude is still here for 5 years, by the way. His contract doesn't end till 2030. That's a lot.
I'm just thinking of Kappa. We kept him for so long.
I will be over 30 years old by the time he leaves the football club.
He's made 3 direct errors leading to a goal this season. That's 27% because it's 3 in 11 games, 27%. And if we still had Poch instead of Maresca, we would have lost a lot more games. The Wolves game, I think that's a loss. The Brighton game, that's definitely a loss. West Ham, arguably, we could lose that game as well. We lose Palace. We lose against Forest.
Koulibaly did score against Tottenham.
Maybe we still beat Brighton Prime.
Bro, we lose against Man United. We lose against Man United.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good discussion. We're going to get on more goalkeeper stuff because there is some news revolving the goalkeeper revolving door later on in the show. But I think that was a good discussion that started with Hilario.
We're delaying the Reece James talk.
Say no to Kelleher. Say no to Kelleher.
Yes, say no to Kelleher.
We'll eventually get there. But all right. We're starting to warm up to the topic now. Let's start off with the first part of it, right? And that's going to be some injuries to Chelsea, or injuries. So let's go ahead and start off with the first one I wanted to bring up, which is earlier this week we saw, earlier this month, we saw Jadon Sancho this in his story, and we got an update that Jadon Sancho is actually going to be all right. So Jadon Sancho has returned to training, and Enzo Maresca will give an update on his fitness on Thursday ahead of deciding whether the former England international is in his squad for the Leicester game. Now, if you did hear the press conference today, you obviously heard about Reece James, but he's the only one that's injured. So as far as I'm aware, Lavia should be fit and Jadon Sancho should be fit. We'll continue on, though. Jadon Sancho has made a surprise return to the training this week and is believed to have put himself under consideration for a place in the squad for the trip to Leicester, which I think that's a big bonus for us. I think we've needed Jadon Sancho to come back into the side because we want to see what it's going to look like if we have Jadon Sancho continue his role on the left whilst having Pedro Neto on the right. I mean, does anyone disagree with that? Do we want to try a Neto and Jadon Sancho partnership on the week?
Not on starting wise. You can't start.
No one be surprised. No one be surprised when it's Madueke and Neto against Leicester.
As much as I want Madueke off, he's how long's he been off? 4 weeks.
I don't know, something like that.
Sancho hasn't kicked a football on a pitch. And in 4 weeks.
He'd be on the
Since
bench.
Liverpool, right?
He's on the bench.
That's a full month. So no.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Hey,
Yeah, it's
come
been a
on.
month.
For sure.
Okay.
I'd rather like even Felix or anything like that before him because he hasn't for a whole month. He hasn't kicked the ball for a whole month. It's too long.
And plus, like, we're playing Leicester, and Madueke will probably end up scoring, and he'll be back in form. So,
are any of you guys? Do any of you guys think that he's gonna stick with Madueke, and it's gonna be either Neto or Sanchez on the left? Not just this game. I just mean in general going forward.
No, I think in general going forward it'll probably be Sancho and Neto. Yeah. But like I kind of agree. Like I would not. The thing is, I kind of with Maresca wouldn't be surprised either way because we saw what he did with James.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just threw him in straight away against Liverpool, and like this is a Leicester team. This is a Leicester team that's not great. They don't have three of their four wingers available. I don't think. So like there may be less defensive responsibilities on him, so he doesn't have to cover as much ground. So like this could easily be a game where he starts, but then also like Prime said, I also would not be shocked if Noni started. And
it's different because against Liverpool, like I believe Reece was ready to go like much earlier. I think the plan was save him for Liverpool. We'll need him for Liverpool. I think that was the plan, and Lavia as well. I think that was the plan all along. But for this, Leicester, regardless of their injuries, regardless of how bad they've been this season, they are going to be up for this. Like, Maresca essentially screwed them over. They're going to be up for this. The fans will be up for this. Like, it's not a time to throw in a Jadon Sancho that hasn't played football in a month. Not the right game for it. So, I'll play Neto and Madueke and then bring Sancho on in the second half. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, I you know what? I think it's fair because you brought up a good point. Sanchez hasn't played football for about a month now. Sancho hasn't played football for about a month now. So I think, knowing Maresca and how he goes about these injuries, these knocks, he is more patient about it and is willing to take his time. So much so that a player can play 60 minutes when he comes back versus intubating him for 10, 15, 20, building it up. So, hey, I mean, everyone has a different approach. I actually kind of like this approach because it means that even if you are in that rehabilitation stage, if you do take on a tackle or something, you're more likely to not get re-injured versus like when you're still training up your minutes and you're 10 minutes in or 15 minutes in, and I could be waffling, by the way, but you're 10 minutes in, 15 minutes in, I'm assuming you're more fragile than you would be if you were ready to play at 60 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So I actually kind of like that approach, but to each their own. Okay, the other player that I wanted to bring up was Lavia, which today we clarified he's okay. So there was a bit of a scare with Lavia. We did discuss this yesterday in the call-in show, so if you want to tune into that stream that we did yesterday, we had some pretty interesting topics. But just to go over a little bit of what we discussed and what we know, when Romeo Lavia was replaced by Enzo Fernandez, he headed straight to the tunnel. There was a noticeable concern as Lavia had been struggling before the change. The medical team will likely monitor his condition during the international break. And this happened after the Arsenal game. He was taken off. He felt a little bit of something. He was on the ground for a bit. We continue on. Lavia and Lukaku amongst those not fit for the game against Israel and left Belgian squad. So did try to go to international break, wasn't fit, was sent back. Chelsea hopeful Lavia can be passed fit to face Leicester, and turns out he probably is. Moises Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez are not expected to return to Cobham until 48 hours before Saturday's clash against Leicester City. And another thing to bring up about this is that the Leicester City match is going to be an early kickoff as well. Chelsea insiders say player welfare is their number one priority and that they remain in constant contact with the representatives and the respective federations throughout international breaks. Enzo Maresca faces a midfield conundrum for the Saturday 12:30 kickoff against Leicester. Romeo Lavia missed both Belgian in games after complaining of his hamstrings, whilst Enzo and Caicedo won't be back until Thursday at the earliest, with Chelsea insiders saying player welfare is their number one priority. That being said, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Enzo and Caicedo play on Saturday. I don't think we're going to see Lavia. Not until he might be subbed in.
I'm assuming Portugal's games were within Europe for the international break. I think Vega could play because I was just looking through our fixtures the season that we played because I was doing something else. And after our first international break, I think it might have been the West Ham game, but after our first international break, Vega started in midfield. So yeah. I think that could happen again.
I mean, it was messy. I'm not gonna lie. He battened up in the second half, but the first half against Bournemouth, it was peak. But we made it through.
It was also his first game.
Mm-hmm. His first game as a midfielder, yeah, instead of an inverting left back. I mean, that could be something that happens. I'd rather not, but then again, I mean, I don't expect Leicester to be as, aggressive in their press like a Bournemouth are.
Yeah,
so
but it's just
maybe we can get away with it.
Lavia didn't play during the international break, and Caicedo and Enzo are traveling, and they just got back today. So if that's the case, I would assume play one of Caicedo, Enzo, and play Vega, and then switch them at half time with Lavia as well, or do it the other way, play Caicedo and Enzo, and then after like 65, 70, 75 minutes, bring on Vega and Lavia to close out the game.
Mm-hmm. And if you were here yesterday, then you would know that Maresca basically came out and admitted he's not going to change. He's going to continue to persist with the inversion of Gusto. All we can hope for that is that Gusto improves in that. Yeah.
I don't.
Very likely we don't.
That's fine, I guess, because if that's the case and Gusto doesn't need to learn his role, then
yeah,
fine.
That's the thing too. Like, I think Gusto's capable of, but it's just frustrating because right now, or at least in the games that we saw, we wanted to get the win, and Gusto was not that answer. Like, that wasn't the game for Gusto to like get comfortable in your role. Like, no, that was a game to get someone in there that knows, like, put your best players out there.
He has good movement for it, I think.
He does find himself in good positions. Like, he knows what he's doing.
It's just a passing or like even shooting, I guess. The goal he could have had could have had against or he just takes those needless long shots too when there's a player in front of him. I think he has to use his head sometimes as well, but I mean his movement's been amazing. That's the one thing I could say about him is his movement's good, and this defender ain't the worst at times either. Sometimes it's not the greatest, but
I mean,
because he is a good player.
Even this season, it's tougher defending wise. It's tough because like you're asking him to
go up into the
go
midfield.
up and down. Like it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But I think potentially we could see one of these days Gusto have a man of the match performance from there. I wouldn't be surprised. Like it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, last season he had a few man of the match performances. This season it's been a little stinky, but I think he'll improve in that position. It's just we got to be patient, is all. And speaking of patience, all right, it's time. It's time to have this discussion.
What discussion, Marshall?
Shut up, man.
Yeah, so this happened. This came out obviously earlier.
Talk to me like that. Wow. Okay.
I'm focused. I'm focused on the show,
Marshall's
not what you guys say back and forth. But anyways, this morning we had the breakout news that Reece James, and every outlet reported this. It's actually crazy how dead the international break has been. That every outlet had to report on Reece James being injured. Okay, so let's go and discuss it. So in the press conference, Enzo Maresca was asked about fitness levels or fitness, the team, and all that stuff. And his reply was that Reece James suffered a minor setback, a minor injury, or a minor knock to his hamstring. Hopefully it's not something long. We think it's a short-term one, yes. We continue on. Reece James has suffered a new injury, says Enzo Maresca. Unfortunately, Reece felt something small, and we don't want to take a risk for this game. We continue on. Reece James will miss Chelsea's games this weekend with a new injury. His injury, I mean...
No, it's all right.
I mean... What do you want me to do? There's 2 Reece James in this picture. I just realized that. Anyways.
I didn't even know.
Reece James will miss Chelsea's game this weekend with a new injury. His injury history with the club. Games played, 162. Games missed, 129. So 20 injuries. Which is a damning stat. It stinks. It's hard to see that. But we continue on. Breaking. Reece James releases a statement on Instagram. So let's read this. I haven't read this yet. Hello all. I hope and wish you all well. This message is to the people that understand and have respect for what I'm going through. I appreciate you so much. Your support and kind messages go further than you could ever imagine. And just to touch on me, pause, I'm doing okay. Been better and also been worse. Another challenge ahead accepted. Eventually I'll come out on top against all odds. Lastly, I'd like to touch on the festive period coming. These times are tough for everyone. I wish you all happy and peaceful festive season. Listen, let's be honest, or at least I'm going to be honest here, okay?
What do you mean you're going to be honest? We're all going to be honest.
Well, some of us might talk from an emotional standpoint. I don't want to talk from an emotional standpoint. Like, my heart is telling me one thing, but my brain is telling me a different thing, and I'm fighting against that, right? So, last time Reece had a small knock, he was out until Liverpool. And people want to say, Chris on this, whatever. People want to say, oh, but he would have missed the 3 games of the season because of suspension. Okay, you take out the suspension, he would have missed it anyways because of injury. So you weren't even available if you could have been available, and I count that. So if you're going to play for 3 games, right? Because it was Liverpool, 60 minutes, Newcastle, 90. He came on for Arsenal, right? He came on as a substitute for Arsenal, I believe, or did he not come on?
He did.
He came on as a sub against Arsenal.
Okay. And then United, he played 90.
Yes. He played
so
290.
you're going to give me, essentially, let's just say he gave me 3 90-minute matches. And then you're going to get re-injured. But you missed how many matches before that? 7, right? I think Liverpool was game week 8 or game week 7. I don't remember. It's, to me, that's just, bro, we're almost halfway to the season. And I already hear people saying like, oh, but it's fine. Our fixtures coming up are pretty easy. We'll be fine. Like, he'll be ready for when the fixtures turn around and we get Liverpool again and Man City. Bro, stop this. When we're up against Everton, Brentford, or whatever, they're must-win games. And in order to win those games, sometimes you need your best players. You need players to step up, and when those players don't step up, you need players on the bench to step up. And Reece is a part of that whole factory, that whole machine. He's an important part of it. He's also the captain. And when we have these games where we're saying we're lacking leadership, we're lacking discipline, the players are lax, and you're not on the pitch, bro, it's frustrating. This is how we get Enzo to be captain. This is how we have other players on the pitch that maybe are too soon to be captain. It's frustrating. And I'm at the point now where I don't want to say this. It hurts me to say this. I like Reece James a lot. He is one of my favorite players, if not my favorite player on this current Chelsea roster, right? But this can't continue anymore. We're not going to see Reece James at the levels that we used to see Reece James at. I don't think it's possible. I don't think his body's going to allow him to. And to be honest with you, it's at a point now where let's try to get through the season. And if the door of opportunity comes knocking, whether it be Real Madrid or a Bayern or whoever, come asking for Reece James, then I'm okay with selling Reece James. I hate to say it. I don't want to say it. My heart is telling me don't say it. But logically, you are too injury prone to be a Chelsea player. And that's the thing. It's Chelsea. There's a standard to be upheld at Chelsea. There are players that are getting ahead of you because you are not available. There are players that have potential. At this point, Win Stanley, Lawrence Stewart, I think in the summer, we need to look for another right back that has potential. Malo Gusto can hold that torch. Maybe Malo Gusto becomes that right back. But Reece James, I think it's time to start thinking about going elsewhere. And that's my 2 cents on it. I'm sure you guys, I mean, I'll let Chris go because I'm sure Chris has a bunch to say on this. Yeah, you're the Reece James Glazer, so let's do the Glazer.
Maybe a little bit.
I'll go last.
Like you said in that Instagram post, I gotta feel sorry for Reece James because this is like
it's not the first injury, Joel. It's the second injury now.
Yeah, he did get injured through preseason, but I think I gotta feel sorry for him if he gets another big injury, like say over a month or so, maybe 2. Because I felt like he's doing everything he can to stay fit at Chelsea. He went through the surgery, what we begged him to do. He lost weight where people want him to lose weight. And his body's still saying no to him. His legs are literally... Why you stop?
Chris, what the hell was that, man?
What? Like...
Sorry. Sorry.
No, because I honestly... I just feel bad for him because like he's such a good player and we know how good he is and his injuries was like just causing the obviously play. But like... Yeah, obviously I'm not in the same boat as like Son and Reece James. I can deal with still an injury-prone Reece James as a sideliner who can play. I know you guys say no, I just know, but like I've seen teams use injury-prone players and been fine with it, and I think
but are they on the highest wages for their club?
Yes, Arjen Robben, he was one of the highest earners, and he was injured every half season, maybe more every season for him. You can look it up.
Are you referring to his time at Chelsea?
No. Well, no.
Or just in general?
Bayern. He was injured every season, basically, for more than half the season.
He wasn't injured prone at Bayern Munich.
Yes, he was. Yes.
I'll look it up, Chris. Keep talking.
You can look it up like every season. Yeah. So I'm fine with like an injury-prone player. Like we have Gusto, and I can hear the talks if we need to sign a right back. I'm fine with that. But if the club even say he gets injured for most of the season, want to start, I'm still like I'm whatever with it. But like. I would still keep Reece James. I think he's a fantastic player. It doesn't take him time when he does play, like that Liverpool game or that Newcastle game. It doesn't take time for him to recover and play good. So, I don't know. Like, it is what it is. Like, it's one of these players who just gets injured a lot, and I just accepted it. He's an injury-prone player. So, yeah. I don't know what else to really can say about it. I'm just more patient. I am a bit worried. Like, this injury can be a lot longer. And a short term, as they say. They say like 2 weeks.
Jesus fucking Christ! Oh my god.
Oh, you've seen it, right?
Bro, I've never. I'm gonna be so honest with you guys. I've never been on Transfermarkt to look up a player's injuries, and I had to go to the next page. There's 4 pages of injuries for Arjen Robben.
Yeah.
It's a lot of injuries.
Like, use the history of other clubs,
but they're not like super long. But
Robben was out for more than half. I've gone through this like per season with like Bayern Munich before. He's injured for more than half.
For a while.
He gets injured for like half a season or more. He's a very injury-prone player, and they're okay with it because they can save him for the big games and more important games like that, and they've done that pretty well. I want to do that for Reece James at this point because I don't think he can last a full season or even maybe just like half a season sometimes as a player. But I know a lot of Chelsea fans want to get rid, but there's another realistic approach. Who's going to buy Reece James, a broken down player? I don't know. I don't know who's going to buy him. He's on good wages at Chelsea. Pardon?
So I think that's a fair comment.
Yeah. Thank you, but I just want to back it because, yeah, like he's a great player, and yeah, I just don't see it realistically. We get rid of him either, so there's no point like saying we need to sell if the club ain't gonna sell him. I'd just rather just back it and not be like too aggressive with this player because there's no need to, man. I feel like he's given everything he can for Chelsea as a football club either. I know it's like that proper Chelsea term, but like that's how I feel with him. So yeah, it's a bit of a hard one with Reece James because he's my favourite player, to be honest.
Before I get on Chris, I obviously want to hear what Scott has to say in terms of this situation. I mean, I know you spoke about it early on Lewis's stream, but I mean, I haven't really heard your take on this.
I heard a little bit before you.
I'm not too bothered about this at the moment, because we don't know the extent of like the injury itself. All we know is it's apparently a small knock. So I think that's the thing. I think I'm just waiting at this point to see what happens. Like if he just misses the Leicester game, but is then back because he wouldn't play midweek anyway against Astana, not Astana, whoever it might be Astana.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Astana. Yeah,
whoever the fuck we play, he's not going Kazakhstan. He's not going Kazakhstan away. So he has 8 days of rest. Now, so like if he just misses the Leicester game and is back for the Villa game, none of us are going to care. This is good. This is going to be one of those Reece James injuries. It is a little knock. It's nothing more. We move on.
But
go ahead.
Heidenheim, by the way, Heidenheim is the team.
I knew it wasn't Astana. We play them later on.
Astana's the next one.
But yeah, and so like I'm just gonna wait and see what happens with him. And ultimately, like my goal with James in terms of games is like I expect him to play in 50% of the league games that we have, which is 19. So like there's still plenty of time for him to do that. Like until he has a serious hamstring injury or a serious injury in general, I'm not really gonna write him off just yet. Because at the end of the day, he is the best defender we have in this club. He's one of the best players, full stop. Like the fact that he can come back and still be at the same level as when he got injured is incredible. And the fact that like because the problem we have, right? There's 2 problems we have if we are going to move on from Reece James. And actually, just on that point, I agree with what Chris said and what JC said. Like we can say, "Oh, get rid of Reece James." Who's buying Reece James right now?
I'm sure. Well, listen, people bought AC Milan bought Pulisic. Like we can sell injury-prone players.
AC Milan are not paying 250k a week to Reece James.
Yeah.
So who's buying Reece James on his wages? There are a handful of teams he goes to. Saudi Arabia is one. If he goes there, is what it is. The others are Real Madrid, PSG, Bayern, and City, and maybe United. If any one of those 5 teams wants to buy Reece James, there's a reason for that, and that's because they think they can get him over the injuries. To me, if any of those teams come back in for him, that screams to me they think they can fix him, or they maybe not, but nurse him through the season enough to have a meaningful contribution. That tells me that maybe we're not doing enough, but there's still enough there that we should keep him. Be a quick transfer. I have 2 issues if we do decide to move on from Reece James and get someone else in. Number one is it's one main problem, and it's who we get in.
Yeah,
is the main issue, because I don't want it to be someone with no experience. I don't want it to be someone young, because we have that in Gusto. We're seeing what that does at centre back and what that does in other places. You can't have multiple guys of the same age bracket trying to develop and trying to play at the same time. That doesn't work. Like that just doesn't work. So you're then going to have to get someone experienced. The amount of experienced good right backs out there that are going to be able to play this system as well, there aren't many off the top of my head that I can think of. So then you're going back to these scouts have got to hit, and I trust them to hit on the Gustos and the Vegas of the world, and the not even Lavia, but like I'm trying to think of someone else, like Carney when he played. Jacksons of the world.
Sure.
I'm asking them this isn't that. I'm asking them to hit on a Pedro Neto level defender. I'm asking them to hit on that kind of level, on a Michael Elise level defender.
Well, let me.
That's what I'm asking for if we're getting rid of Reece James, and I don't trust these owners to go and do that. All these sports
because this whole ordeal, right? Because I was always of the mindset like, let's cross that bridge when we get there. And I think we're now really close to approaching that bridge, because you could be right, Scott, right? This could just be the one and done, and then it gets overblown. It's water under the bridge, whatever. I'll bring up my other concern with that. But this now makes me look back at the failed signing of Pedro Lima in the summer. And me thinking like, could Pedro Lima have become that new up and coming right back that could supersede Reece James if Reece James didn't work out?
You mean two things? You mean the guy that doesn't play for Wolves?
Well, he's young, right? Isn't he only 18 or something like that?
Yes.
I mean,
thank you for highlighting my point. He's 2 years younger, I think, than Gusto.
But my point being is that, like, I think Gusto can handle that mantle until that player is ready.
I don't.
Why don't you? Because he's given us two good seasons.
Because he's been arguably our worst outfield player this season.
This is his second, Marshall.
It's nothing to do with like experienced seasons. I'm talking about that Gusto has shown nothing so far this season on the pitch that shows me he deserves to A, start, or B, can hold that position down for multiple years while we wait for a Pedro Lima. It's the same thing as in goal. Like, I'm not saying Gusto's anywhere near as bad as Sanchez as a player, but it's the same thing in goal. All we're doing, and this is, I'm starting to get pissed off the owners a little bit because they're doing this with a few positions, but in other positions they've got cover, so it's fine. There are so many players and positions in this team where the owners have bought players that they are just hoping work.
Yeah.
Like, you're reliant on some of these guys hitting big. Otherwise, it's all down the top. Instances, it's fine. Like, I think Willian will hit Esteval. But if he doesn't, you've got Neto, you've got Sancho. Like, we've shown we looked at Elise, right? So there's some level of effort to, like, okay, even if it doesn't work there, we've got backup. Same with, like, Gui. If he doesn't hit, I don't think he's one of those guys anyway, but, like, if he doesn't hit, we still got Jackson and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Right back, we don't have that. And goal, we don't have that. And centre back, we don't have that. It's like,
I mean,
like, Anselmino has to hit. One of Penders or Slonina has to hit.
Yeah, I agree.
Pedro Lima, if we got him, would have to hit. Also, the other thing with Pedro Lima, if Acheampong just signs the contract, it's fine. We've got Acheampong. He just needs to sign the fucking contract. But it's so many of these positions, we're hoping they hit, because if they don't hit, we're kind of screwed in those positions.
Caleb Wiley, what position do you play? Are you a left back too? He's left back. Okay, thank you.
He's a left back, and he's not playing for Strasbourg. And again, he doesn't suit the system because he doesn't invert. He never once has. He was a winger before he was a left back. He isn't even a quote unquote left back. Like, when he played for Atlanta, he used to play so high up, like he would overlap all the time.
Mm-hmm. Here's the thing that goes against Reece, right? Is that, like, I get what you're saying with Malo Gusto in terms of this season. I think why I said what I said earlier about Malo Gusto, and, like, I think he will eventually get this down pat and I can trust him, is because he's shown me in previous seasons that he can be a phenomenal right back. But one thing I think that is going against Reece is that whether it be because of physical inability, whether it be because it doesn't suit the tactics, or what is likely and what a lot of people are saying is just he's not fit enough to do it, is that even in that position, Reece James can't do what Malo Gusto is doing. Like, okay, he can, but he hasn't been able to this season because of his fitness. So it kind of like works against him, because even Reece in that position can't give me what Malo Gusto is giving me. So, like, by default, by ability alone, like, Gusto is ahead of him. And it sucks to say that, because I know Reece James is a very fucking good player. It's up in the air for me whether Reece is better than Gusto, but I would like to believe that Reece is a better overall player than Malo Gusto. But again, like, I feel like Malo Gusto has given me something in the past to tell me that, okay, I think you will eventually get the inverting roll down. You will improve and we'll be okay. Because in previous seasons, you have proven to me that when Reece James isn't available, you have been fit, you have started, you have given me the job that I want out of a right back, and I can trust you. That's kind of why I'm saying, like, with the Pedro Lima thing, like, look, yeah, that was just kind of like out there in terms of like, okay, we were in the lookout for a right back, and unfortunately it didn't work out. That's on Win Stanley and Lauren Stewart. Hijack deal, ridiculous, is embarrassing. But now I'm thinking, okay, I wouldn't be opposed to getting a young guy that could potentially slowly work his way into the team while Reece James, because I don't think, I'll be honest with you, I don't think even if we wanted to get rid of Reece James, I don't think it's happening this summer.
Definitely not. I don't think.
I just think I think the wages is too much. I think the fee will be too high. And I think the club will want to be patient with him because he is on the highest amount of wages. They know what kind of an asset he is. They know the amount of emotion that is attached to him in terms of the fan base. We saw how, these owners kind of were a little worried about getting rid of Gallagher because of the fans, right? But they ended up doing it anyways. Reece James is a whole different caliber. So I think there is time to bring in a young right back that could learn under Reece James, that can learn under Malo Gusto, that eventually when Malo Gusto in a season or two, which I hope it doesn't have to take this long, in a season or two, when a Malo Gusto is down with injury, we have a right back that could potentially be the Malo Gusto for us that Malo Gusto was for Reece James. I think that's not a bad strategy. And again, going back to the whole Reece James thing, the thing that concerns me too is that, like, okay, fine, this could be a one thing, right? This could be Leicester. We've all gotten hurt at some point, right? Chris, you have your knee issue. Scott, I'm sure you've hurt yourself. I think Scott,
I get my surgery soon.
My hamstring's ruined.
Oh fuck! From football
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, we all know that once you get an injury, it's almost near impossible to go back to how you were before the injury.
Yeah.
So to me, this is just now telling me and screaming to me, even after surgery, this is going to be a reoccurring thing. It's not going away. And at best, we can hope that he at least can play half the games, which we haven't seen yet, right?
No,
but I'm not very hopeful that we're even going to get 50% of the Premier League games out of Reece at this point.
The comment, man, just got me off guard. So random.
We might.
Huh?
Thanks for letting us know, man.
We might that many games. Like, we don't know. That, like, the thing is, like, I expect him to maybe get little, like, niggles here and there.
Yeah.
So Vic wants to keep Reece James. It seems.
No, I can't tell if he's taking the piss with the Luke Shaw bit or not.
Oh wait, I think Luke Shaw is
there are United fans that want to keep Luke Shaw.
I know.
It's crazy.
Wait, hang on.
I
He's
know
been
a lot of
interested to
United
go
fans
there,
want him gone.
Yeah, Luke Shaw is a lot worse than Reece James.
No,
I'll
and he's
give him
been there
that.
for 11 years.
That's not up to date, though.
And they paid, 50 million back in the day for him as well? Like 50, 40 million? That's quite a lot back then. And they just, rode with him, basically. Like, they just kept going.
Mm-hmm.
And I want Chelsea still somewhat do the same, like, not the start of the season still. If he's getting worse and worse over the years and he's not playing, like, 20 games, then I understand it still. But I just want us to manage him, like, a bit like Arjen Robben. Like, I got you to show you, like, Arjen Robben's record at Bayern Munich was awful as well. I remember seeing him get injured every season when I was just watching football in general.
No, it's 100%.
I think that's the thing. It's just, like Chris said, it's just kind of about managing it. Just for Prime, it's about managing it. And then if Gusto just steps up, this isn't really an issue. I think this is a slightly bigger issue for everyone because Gusto has been that crap this season.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it, a little bit.
Go ahead, Prime.
My neck. Okay.
As long as it's not your hamstring.
No. I'm not as flimsy as you human beings, man. I'm Black Superman. Anyways, Reece James. The way this fan base overreacting with their emotions, especially certain people on this panel, I can name names, but I'm not going to. Embarrassing. You all make me sick. Because in the past, let me take off my glasses and show I'm actually being serious. Because in previous seasons, you actually had valid cause. I had valid cause to want him gone. That's because underneath the whole jokes, everything I was saying was right. But people didn't want to listen to me. He's got his surgery. Remember, before the season started, he had his little knock. I was one of the only few people that said, guys, it's not that deep. Relax. It's just a little knock. Maresca kept him out for longer so he could fully recover and be at 100% when we go and play Liverpool, which was Maresca's plan. Maresca, to be fair, could have played Reece a lot earlier, and maybe you could have said should have, but in those games, we did need Reece. It was fine. I've been prepared, and I'm okay that Reece is going to come in and out of the team this season. I'm okay with that. So long as for me, Reece is playing in our big games, for the most part, I'm okay if he's coming out in and out for the other games. It's not going to bother me too much. This knock he has is nothing more than just that, a knock, not that deep. If this was any other player in the squad, if this was Lavia, people wouldn't be making it a big deal. But because it's Reece and Reece's history, people are going to blow this out of proportion. I don't think it's deep. It's a little knock. He won't play. He doesn't need to play against Leicester anyway. Let's be real, right? If this thing didn't come out with a knock and he wasn't in the squad against Leicester, I wouldn't really care. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not that big of a deal. Maresca, we know Maresca's overly cautious anyway, right? That's why he kept Reece out for so long. But again, kept him out for so long, so against Liverpool, he can be out at 100% for the big games. Played against Liverpool, played against Newcastle, in my opinion, man of the match. For whatever reason he didn't play against Arsenal, I'm going to assume it's tactical because there was no... Maresca didn't come out and say Reece has a knock or an injury, so I'm going to assume it was a tactical reason. And against Man United, he was our second best player. Can I say that was our best player against United?
Mm-hmm.
For the available games he's had, he's played 4 out of the 8 games this season. Marshall, you were saying earlier about how, well, the suspension doesn't matter, but the suspension does matter. Whether he was injured or fit, he still couldn't play the 3 games.
But if he wasn't suspended, he would have been unavailable. So it doesn't matter. It works either way for me.
True, but he got suspended. So it doesn't make a difference.
It does. It does to me. Your job is to be available for the team, even if you are suspended.
True.
You need to train, stay fit.
I agree, but you're suspended. So even if he was fit, he couldn't have played. So it doesn't, I understand what you're saying, but to me, it doesn't make a difference. You're not available for selection, so you might as well be injured. Who cares? And I said this at the time as well, that I don't care, because he can't play anyway for us. So in the 8 games he's available, he's played in 4.
But he wasn't available after suspension either way, so it's like, what are we getting at?
Okay, yes, but I think Maresca kept him out purposely. I think it's Maresca. I don't think it's because of the injury, because again, if this was a different manager, he probably would have played it earlier. If this was Poch or a different manager than Poch, Reece would probably be playing tomorrow. But maybe he wouldn't be, because we have Gusto. Yes, Gusto hasn't been the best this season. I agree he's been poor. Everyone knows how much I back Gusto. But we have a competent backup in Gusto We don't need to throw Reece in. That's why we have someone like Malo Gusto, so Reece doesn't have to be rushed back to play against a Leicester or an Ipswich or a West Ham or a Palace or a Bournemouth. He can be on the bench, or he can not even be in the matchday squad. I'm fine with it. It's not that deep for me. I'm expecting a guy that has had massive spells of injuries throughout his whole career so far. Even in the academy days, he was having big injuries. He's got surgery. So for someone not to expect him to have little niggles, or at least for the next year or so, like, come on. I'm expecting him to have little niggles here and there, little knocks here and there. So it's fine. Like, I think if this knock happened in a game and then he was out for the next game, I think people would be more accepting of that. But it's because it happened during an international break. People are trying to freak out. But also people are freaking out because it's international break. There's been no football. So people are overreacting for everything. Again, and this is me saying this, by the way, I could easily make a joke about this the same way I easily could have made a joke back before the season started when he got injured. But I haven't, because I truly don't believe it's actually that serious. He'll be back. What's our next game? It's Leicester, and after this, Villa. Villa's a big game. He'll play against Villa, and then he'll play against Spurs, and then he probably... What's the game after that?
Everton?
Everton.
No, it's not Everton.
It's Everton. Well, no. Hold on. It's Leicester, Villa, Southampton, Tottenham, and then I believe it's Everton.
Okay, so you know what will happen? He's not going to play this game. He'll play Villa. He won't play Southampton, or at least he won't start against Southampton. And then he'll play.
Okay.
Then he'll play Spurs. Regardless of what that order is, I don't know, but like, he'll play Villa, he'll play Spurs. And if there's a break in between Villa and Spurs, he won't play. Or at least he won't start. That's how I would do it, and that's how I believe Maresca would do it. Maresca is someone who tries to keep his players not to get injured. So it makes sense that our more injury-prone players, Reece James, Lavia, he's going to treat them with care. My big surprise in all of this is Fofana hasn't picked up any knock this season. I'm surprised he hasn't got anything yet. I'm very surprised. I would have thought he would have got a little bit of a knock or an injury this season. He hasn't got anything yet. So credit to Fofana. But with Reece, like, it's not. People are saying just sell him or whatever. And Marshall, you were saying what teams would buy him. Believe me, if we put Reece on the market right now, Real Madrid would drop their interest in Trent and go for Reece. Man City would go for Reece. PSG would go for Reece. Liverpool would go for Reece to replace him, to replace Trent. Man United would go for Reece. The biggest clubs in the world would go for him. Barcelona would go for him. Inter Milan would go for him. Because if you can fix Reece's injury problems, which, by the way, he's had his surgery, so he's on his way to doing that, you get best defender in the world. The best in the world, by far. The best one-on-one fullback in the world. One of the best creative outlets in the world. Reece is our best player. I said this back in preseason. It's not Cole Palmer. Reece is our best player. Reece is our only, certified world-class player. He's had his surgery. I think he's going to be fine. Is he going to get more knocks this season or more games he's going to be out for? Sure. But the thing with Maresca is, he's too blunt. If Maresca had just said, if Maresca didn't say anything actually about an injury and Reece just wasn't in the squad, this wouldn't be a big deal. But because Maresca said he has a knock and he's out, Maresca just should have lied and shouldn't have said anything. But because Maresca was honest and said he has a bit of a knock, now everyone's blown out of proportion. He's injured. We have to sell him. No, it's not that serious. I promise you, it's not that serious. Now, the Instagram post he put out, it's a bit weird. My first thought was, is it serious? But then I started thinking, when you look at the way Chelsea fans have been reacting the last, what is it, like maybe has it almost been 10 hours or so? And then he puts out that post, 9 hours, whatever it is, and then he puts out that post. It kind of now makes sense. He puts out that post, I guess, to try and like get the fan base to calm down a little bit. So I respect him for trying. You know, that's what captains do. Try to put out the fire. I respect him for doing that. But ultimately, this fan base is like, it's going to react how it's going to react. I just hope the best. I just want the best for Reece. And I think that's why I've been wanting him to have surgery for years now. I think the surgery is the best option for him. And I think he is going along the right path. We just need to actually like trust in it. I'd rather have a Reece this season that plays minimal games if it means we get him for the long term. That's the right way to go about it. Because when Chris brought up Robin at Bayern, Robin at his latter years wasn't getting injuries like that. You know why? Because he ended up because I remember he did this a bit at Chelsea, he did this at Real Madrid. Certain games he just wouldn't play because his work, and when he got injured, he would make sure he took extra time to come back. Reece is going to be fine. This isn't me doing copium or anything. This is me actually thinking things through, because I've had this thought process for literally years. Just get the surgery, take the time out, and you'll be fine. I said this the year where the World Cup was in December. Don't go to the World Cup. Go take the surgery and then take the rest of the season off playing minimal games for us. He didn't do that. He got injured again. And then the next season, he got injured again. And then last season, he got injured again. Now he actually has the surgery. He's taking the time. I don't get how anyone can still be. I get it, people are impatient, but I don't get how anyone can still be angry. If we sell him now, or in the summer we sell him, and he goes to Man City, that will be worse than getting rid of KDB, or getting rid of one of the best players in this league if he can be fit. And Man City will find a way to keep him fit. Real Madrid will find a way to keep him fit. Bayern Munich will find a way to keep him fit, because he's already had the surgery. So all you need now is to manage his minutes for a year or two to have him to kick on. And we have Gusto. So it's not like we need to throw Reece in. We don't need to throw him in against Leicester, because we have Gusto. This is not 2-3 years ago under Tuchel or under Frank, where the only other backup was a 35-year-old Aspilicueta, so we had to play Reece James. We have options now. We have Reece that can play right back. We have Fofana that can play right back. The Sassy can play right back, even though I don't want to see that. Caicedo can play as an inverted right back. We have 4 options. Acheampong, if he would sign the fucking contract, can play right back. We have options. So let Reece relax, let Reece rest. That's my thing. I don't think I said anything wild. I think I've been very logical and rational. People keep talking about his money that he's on. I don't care about the money. 250k, who cares? Think about it long term. Think about it long term. If he's gonna be a better part player, say quote unquote this season, to make sure he's there for the long term, I'm happy with it, because we have the best defender in the world. So let's try and actually keep him. Because if he goes to Real Madrid, if he goes to Man City, it's done. Chelsea can't buy a player like that in the world. We can't buy a Reece James. We cannot buy a Reece James. We can't. Realistically, we can't. We can't buy a Reece James. So
I have a few things to respond with, but I'm gonna let anyone else respond to anything Prime said before
I agree a lot with
rebut
Prime
a few
said.
things.
I would sign to another Premier League club. Hell no. I just don't want to risk it, because if he actually works out at Man City or I can't take him going to Man United, because I have too many people I know at Man United and say
there's no way he goes to United.
No, not to a Premier League.
I just don't see Reece.
I don't want to let go of him anyway,
to another
but
Premier League club.
No,
I'd
but
be
like,
damned if he goes to another Premier League club.
but he would go to Real Madrid.
He'd probably cook.
That's different, yeah. But Scott, do you have anything you want to add to that, or because I have a few things I want to rebut?
Yeah, it's Marshall was in the grade.
All right.
No.
Okay, so it's not. Listen, I agree with a good amount of things that you said, but there's a few things where I have to push back on, and I think I'll start off with this. Like, it's safe to say, like, all of us in this panel believe in accountability, right?
Yeah.
No.
Oh my God, where is this soundbite real quick? Chris?
She belongs to the streets.
You belong to the streets, bro. Anyways, that being said, if we're going to hold players accountable, then Reece is the reason why we've had to deal with Malo Gusto in the 10 position. Because it's because his inability to stay fit or to be fit enough to play that position is why we're seeing this. And listen, you said...
But are you gonna move on to another point I said, or are you gonna continue?
I have a lot of points like that. I wrote down notes because I wanted to let you speak.
Okay.
So
sorry.
With the accountability thing, like I think that's something you have to take into account, right? Is the fact that he is the reason why we're seeing Malo Gusto playing that 10. Now, Malo Gusto could potentially step up and actually take on that role and do well. I actually do trust Malo Gusto to eventually do that because he's shown me before that he's competent in that right back position. He's competent as a player to do a job. And you said before, and this bothers me because I have to now correct the notion. Malo Gusto is not a backup. He is Chelsea's starting right back. Like, I think we have to now accept that.
I didn't say he's backup.
You did. I wrote it down. You said we got to back up in Malo Gusto in case Reece James isn't available.
No. What I mean is, like, we didn't have any other right back barring Reece, is my point. But we have we have like a quality, like we have.
I think people in general, not just, I'm not saying you. I just think the Chelsea fan base in general now have to accept the fact that Malo Gusto is a starting right back at Chelsea. It's not Reece James. Reece James has not been the starting right back at Chelsea for about more than a season now. And I am sympathetic to what's going on with Reece James. I am patient. Like I even said earlier, I don't know if you were here or you heard in the background, I said, like, I don't think he's going to be sold this summer. I think it's going to be a plan that could potentially happen the following summer or so on. But I think there is going to be an exit plan sooner rather than later for Reece James. And I think that's totally reasonable considering the amount of injuries, the reoccurring of the same injury. It's not going to go away anytime soon. He is going to be injured like this a lot, and he's going to have to be managed. And this is the thing that this is what hurts Reece James the most. If we're going to save him for the minimal games, and even those minimal games he doesn't play, like Arsenal for tactical purposes, like all of us would have thought like Reece James needs to play against Arsenal. We need to put out our strongest lineup. Even for that game, whether it be tactical or for fitness reasons, Maresca didn't play him. And so that doesn't give me confidence that he's going to save him for Tottenham or for Villa and so on and so forth. And I think in the long run, that actually hurts Reece a lot. Because if you are playing minimal games for your club, I'm sorry, Reece, you are not getting into the World Cup squad ahead of Trent Alexander-Arnold. It's just that simple. And that's something that hurt him a lot in this past World Cup run, where he was willing to aggravate his injury and rush himself to fitness to try to make the World Cup squad. And that's like his dream, is to make the World Cup with England. He's not going to do it if he's continuing like this. You can't just play minimal games and then make it, unless you're favorites, which it could happen with Tuchel. It could. Look, it happened with Maguire and Southgate, right? It could happen, but I do have my doubts. I don't think Tuchel is going to be silly enough to rely on a player who isn't playing enough games to do the role that he wants him to do, whatever that may be, because we'll see in January when Tuchel's set. Yeah, it's coming up. We're almost at the new year, and then we're a year away.
If he's like continue like injuries here and there, like
Chris, stop. I want Marshall to finish so that.
Okay.
But this is the thing too. Like you were saying too, and you did add the caveat afterwards. You were saying too that Reece James, you do consider him one of the best defenders in the world, creative outlet in the world, right back, and I get you on that. But that's with how these injuries are going. Respectfully, I can't back that statement anymore. I don't think Reece James is the best right back in the world anymore. I don't think he's world class anymore. I think we've seen the best of Reece James, and we're not going to see the best of him with these injuries reoccurring. I think now he has to change the way he plays, and we're never going to see the Reece James we saw during the Champions League final. I hate to say it. I think injuries like this, with how often they occur, they change a player and they change how he's going to play. And it might be for the worse, in my opinion. I don't see him adapting to his style of play and improving on what he used to do so well with the injuries that he has. I don't think we haven't seen that Reece James in 3 years. So it's hard for me to sit here and say, like, when he's fit and he's back, he's going to be the best. He is fit. He has been back, and we haven't seen it. And mind you, it's only been 3 games. I get it. But I have not seen enough from Reece James to say, like, Reece James is back. And lastly, like, I haven't. I'll be honest. I haven't seen enough of Reece James. Performance-wise, I think Reece James has been good. But have I been like, oh my God, this is world-class Reece James? Like, no, I haven't. And it shows because he hasn't been able to play in his position. He hasn't been able to do the job that we're asking of him. And then the last thing, and then I'll let you go, is just the whole transfer, right? I don't think it's going to happen this summer because, like, I think teams do want him, Prime. And that's a given. I think teams do want him. Will teams actually be able to afford him? Unfortunately, not. On the salary he's on, to play the amount of games he's playing, like, there's a lot of issues that come up with it. Yeah, I know we don't pay the salary, but if we're gonna egg on Enzo Fernandez for how much we paid in fee for him, how much he's on his salary, Caicedo when he's not playing well, how much the Chelsea fan base, I got to keep the same energy for Reece. It's just plain and simple. But go on. That's just those are the points I had to rebut that you stated.
First of all, the first thing you mentioned is something I wanted to answer. I just forgot. You're talking about about Gusto's position and Reece's position, or their job roles in the team. Maresca playing Gusto as a 10, I think it's weird, but I don't think it's a thing of that. Oh, if Reece that he would play there. No, I said this back again. Like, not even just in preseason. I've been saying this like for a year that Reece now should play a more defensive position instead of bombing up and down. This Reece James that you guys want to see, where he's playing forward as like an attacking wing back, that's an extra forward, it's not going to be a thing anymore. It shouldn't be a thing. Reece's best attributes is in his defensive positions. And that is saying something, considering how amazing he is going forward. He's even better defensively. That's why, for me, he works as part of our back three, because he's our best right-sided defender. He's better than Fofana. He's better than the Sassy there. He's better than Gusto there. Who else do we have? He's better than Tosin there. He's the best right-sided player, whether as a right centre-back in a three or as a right-back in the world. And in the games he's played against Liverpool, I think he was brilliant. Against Newcastle, again, my opinion, man of the match, especially near the end of the game, helping us see the game out as a captain. Against Arsenal, I don't know why he didn't play. I think it's for a tactical reason, but it's not because of Reece not being able to play. I just think Maresca tried to do something, didn't work. whatever is what it is.
Can I stop you there just for 1 second before you go on to the next point, right? Against Liverpool, and listen, I'm just keeping the accountability thing, right? Against Liverpool, you could argue that Reece James being out of position keeps Curtis Jones onside for that goal that we lose the game. The second goal.
Was it?
Yeah, because Reece James was
out of position.
Reece James wasn't out of
he
position.
kept Curtis Jones onside.
Are you
No,
sure?
he didn't.
Yes.
Reece
I
wasn't
No, he
out-
didn't.
I can pull it up.
I
I'll pull it
swear,
up.
Hold
I
on.
swear it's
Hold on,
someone else.
Marshall.
Yeah.
One, Reece wasn't out of position, and two, I blame the whole team for that, not just the one player. Because as soon
Yes,
when you
but he's part of
equalize-
the team.
no, but that's like me saying I blame Jackson. Jackson's part of the team. Like, my point being, when you equalize, you shouldn't be conceding within the first 5 minutes. Like, that's stupid. I blame the team, not just Reece. I don't think it's a Reece thing, but regardless, he played well against Liverpool his first game back. Like, people were trying to dunk on him, and that was his first game in a long time, and he had a
I
brilliant game.
understand.
Man of the match against Newcastle. I don't know why he didn't play against Arsenal. I think it was probably a tactical thing Maresca tried to do. It clearly didn't work. He was brilliant against Man United. Like,
He was
I
good
think he
against
has-
Man United. I'm
I
not going to say he
think-
was brilliant.
I think he was. But I
He was-
think
no, he
he's
was-
been
he was
good
very
this
good.
season in the games he's played. Like, I don't get this thing of, like, what do people want him to do? Really? Like, he's playing in a defensive position.
Mhm.
Being a defender is not always that glorious, but he's been good this season. He's been one of our best defenders this season in the games he's
Yeah.
played.
Okay, so
Actually,
I
not
was
even just
wrong.
the games
He
he's
didn't keep him on side, but he definitely gave him the space to run into. Listen, again, this is me being overcritical, but also like winding it back a little bit because I don't want to say Reece James is free of fault. Like if Reece James was 3 games in, I would hope he finds a runner here and finds the gap and doesn't let Curtis Jones make this run. Right?
Is that
He's over here.
wait,
Yeah,
where's
yeah.
your mouse? Wait, that's your mouse.
Right.
No, that's
Yeah,
this is
Curtis
Reece.
Jones, that's Reece.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The
And
Chelsea,
this is the moment. Yeah,
the
Malo
Chelsea
Gusto, of
guy
course, playing
on
left
the
back.
edge of the
That's what
D, is that Caicedo or Lavia?
I believe this is Caicedo, yeah.
Okay, and then that's Tosin, right, next to him.
Mhm.
Lavia's here. Tosin, yeah.
Cowell, Lavia, Gusto should be doing more to stop that as well.
Yeah. I think the biggest culprit is Gusto. Then you can go to Sanchez, and then I would say maybe Reece James should have done better to stop Curtis from making that run.
Fair, okay, fair.
That's
Maybe
why,
it's
like,
just
that's why I mean, like, I don't want to say he was perfect. He was brilliant. I think against Newcastle, I'll give you that all day. But against Liverpool, he had his mistakes, and mind you, it was his first game back.
I do think he had a good game against. Like, again, that's the thing.
I get it.
Considering how far he's been out, like, he did have a very good game against Liverpool. But still,
Mhm.
even with that, like, what he's done
Rainbow
this
the God,
season,
watch more shows.
what's been
Go ahead.
happening with Reece this season, I've expected it, by the way. I expected him to pick
Mhm.
up some knocks where he will be out for a few games, come back in, play well for a few games, then come back out, and then come in and out. I've been expecting this. Like, what did you expect, Marshall?
I expected him to at least be fit for a lot longer than this. I was
A
hoping.
lot longer.
Yeah, I was hoping that maybe I wouldn't hear any injury issues from Reece until maybe the end of December, not after 4 games.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to be rude, but I think that's delusional. What he's
It's
been
been
doing,
4 games and he's hurt again.
no, but you say he's hurt. It's a knock. And knock.
Last time he
on-
had a small knock, Prime, he was out for a month and a half, almost
but
2 months.
Again, yes, but again, Marshall, you're not using context. Maresca kept him out for the Liverpool game.
And he's not going to keep him out for longer during this stunt.
No,
It's still
the next-
listen.
no,
If you, but this is where the player accountability comes in, right? If you know your manager is going to play it safe, then it's your responsibility to make sure you're fit so that your manager doesn't do that.
I agree, but knowing what the manager is like again, if Maresca, listen, okay, say Maresca didn't say anything about Reece, right? say he said like he was asked about is Reece James fit or is there any injuries, and he said we have a fully fit squad, everyone's ready to go. The team sheet gets released at 11 o'clock. Reece is not in the squad. What's your reaction?
Where the fuck is Reece? Where the fuck is he fucking injured? Like, I'd be pissed.
Yeah, I mean, people will be asking where.
Yeah.
And then we win the game, say 3-1.
Yeah.
And then Maresca's asked why is Reece not in the squad, and then he comes out and says something like, "We didn't really need Reece for this game. I wanted to give, I don't know, say like the Sassy's on the bench and he comes on for good stuff. He wanted to give minutes to other people in the squad." Say he says something like that. Would you accept that as an answer, or would you say no, Reece has a knock, just hasn't said anything? What would you say? Honestly,
what I would say, honestly, would be, okay, he's experimenting with other players. Now I'm questioning Reece's role in this team a lot more.
Why?
And it would raise different concerns.
But why? It's Leicester.
Because I want to see Reece play right back and Cucurella play left back. I think all of us can agree on that. We want to see Reece James play right back and Cucurella. I keep saying Cucurella play left back because we know Gusto's not been that great in that inverting role. And I know Reece James, if he can do it, he will kick ass at it, and no one will disrespect him anymore. But if he's taken out for Leicester, then I'm thinking more along the lines of like, okay, so we're not gonna try to get Reece to play this role. So what the fuck is Reece gonna do? Yeah, because I'll be honest with you, like I hear the whole defensive thing about it. I don't mind Reece James playing at right center back. That's not where I want to play Reece James.
I think just that's like, where he's best though.
I want to see Reece James having the chance to get his crosses in, because I think the one thing, in my opinion, right, the one characteristic that sticks out from Reece, and this is the one thing I will always fight with Liverpool fans about, is that Reece James is just as good of a crosser than Trent Alexander-Arnold, if not better.
I agree. He's better than Trent at being able to put a ball in. But my thing is, he's better defensively than he is going forward.
But that's the thing. You can get the best of both worlds if you play him in that right back position, and that's what you would want. No. Well, in this system, that's questionable, right? If that's going to work out, but in a traditional 4-3-3 or a overlapping wing back tactic, you would say like, I would want to play Reece James in right back because he can give me defensive work as well as attacking work.
Okay, but again, with like, people have to let go of this notion now that Reece can still be bombing as a fullback. He can't do that anymore.
But that's the thing, right? That's where I go back to what I said before, Prime, right? Where that's what made him world class, is his all around ability, not just his defensive work.
Yes.
You can't say that. If he can't do that anymore, then you can't say he's world class anymore.
That's not. So
at least I don't think so.
So Trent's never been world class then.
No, because his ability to defend has been horrible up until this season.
But here's the thing: part of being a fullback is being able to defend.
Yeah.
And then you're saying Reece is not world class because he can't bomb forward.
I mean, it's tough, right? Because what do you value in a fullback? And I would argue, and I would say to you, like, I do value the defensive soundness over the attacking, but in order to really stand out from the rest, like what made Ashley Cole amazing was he could do both. You know,
but he was a bad defender still.
But Marshall, you have to realize that we're in a different era. Just like wingers nowadays, it's about like being closer to the box and scoring goals and getting assists. Whereas 20 years ago, when Ryan Giggs played, it was about hugging the flank. The game's changed. As a fullback now, this is not 10 years ago where it was about bombing and being out wide. You're now playing either in midfield or as part of the like center back line.
Like, I'll be so honest with you, Prime. Unpopular opinion right here. I don't think João Cancelo is world class. I don't think Alphonso Davies is world class. I don't think there's any fullbacks in this world, in this game at the moment, that are
Theo
world
Hernandez
class.
is really good, but I don't know if
You're off your head. Respectfully, you are off your head.
That's what I mean.
No,
I don't think so.
Fine. That's a different
Because I
conversation.
feel like nowadays in the game, we value
Well,
fullbacks that can attack more than defend. And I'm old school. I value fullbacks that can defend more than
there you go,
attack.
then.
But
I'm
what
like,
made
I'm
Reece
with-
good was he can do both. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm with you, Marshall, on I want my fullbacks to be able to defend. I disagree on Davis not being world class, but regardless, in this day and age, and particularly with this manager we have, like Maresca, like remember earlier in the season when he was asked about Nkuku and Jackson, and he kept talking about he wants balance in his team.
Sure.
Reece provides balance because when you have attacking players like Jackson, Palmer, Madueke, Neto, Sancho, Mudryk, Nkuku, Felix, whatever, you need someone who can also defend properly. And Reece is one of our best defenders. So it makes sense him being in the team to defend. This is not under Tuchel where Reece was our only quality attacking player.
Yeah.
We don't need Reece to attack anymore. The only reason we stood out at Chelsea so much because we had no one else. But we have other players. We don't need Reece to do that now. He can be a fullback. Or he can be a defender. He can, like... I'm fine with it. And again, people are being reactionary because it's only for right now. In a year, in 2 years, when he's fully recovered and that, maybe then he can transition to a more attack-minded role. And also...
And maybe, by the way, because I looked it up, he got his surgery of December of last year. It's still not even been a year since he got surgery. So time will tell with the injury, which is why I think Chelsea will take their time deciding whether or not he goes. Personally, I'm ready to
but
part ways. Go ahead.
but also, even if we do, because you were talking about how they might let him go like in 2 years or whatever, let's also go with the worst case scenario about Reece. If Reece is to go in, say, we're in 2027 would be 2 summers, right? In summer 2027, then isn't it a good thing Malo Gusto's playing as many minutes as possible now, early in this system, so that if we sell Reece in the summer or next summer, we're not scrambling about throw Gusto in as his now being the first choice.
But that's why, I mean, you may not have heard this earlier. That's why I was saying before, like, right now, if I were the directors, I would look for an up-and-coming right back.
Yeah.
Still keep Reece. Still keep, like, obviously that right back's not going to play. Like, I was bringing up Prime. I brought up before Pedro Lima. Like, now I feel like the Lima signing kind of hurts us a little bit because he could have potentially taken that mantle in 2-3 years' time as like the potential right back to fill in for Reece if Reece no longer can do it. But you know, again, this goes back to if Reece wants to reinvent himself as a right-sided center back, he could potentially be world-class in that position, but you need to show up.
Yes, but again, I'm just saying, be prepared for this season where there will be games where he'll come in and like, okay, let me just look up our like fixtures to see how they lie.
While you do that, Chris, what were you going to say?
No, I was going to bring up the point, like saying like him being defensively. It doesn't mean he's still not going to go forward as a right centre back, because I remember even Azpilicueta, and even the Man United game, by the way, when he played right centre back against Man United, he still went forward and actually helped in the midfield. But if you look at Azpilicueta in the Conte system, he's a right centre back, and he still went forward and crossed it in.
Again,
I still think Reece should do that still.
Aspie was more fit.
You guys remember that
fitness is
17,
different.
Chris?
I'm just saying,
Remember that 17-18 season when we got Morata? Remember that 7-game run? Aspie in that half space.
Yeah.
That's what I would love Reece to operate in
100%.
from like right centre back. But here's our fixtures. So we come in, we play Leicester on Saturday. Reece is not playing in that game. He has a knock. Our next game is Villa at the Bridge. He's going to play that game. Then we go to St. Mary's to play Southampton. I'm going to assume he won't play. Then we play Spurs at White Hart Lane. He'll play. Then we play Brentford at the Bridge. Then we play Everton at Goodison Park. We play Fulham at the Bridge. So he might play. He'll play against Spurs. He'll probably play against Brentford. He won't play against Everton. He'll play against Fulham. Then we play Ipswich. I'm assuming he won't play against Ipswich or start. Let me not say not play. He won't start against Ipswich. Then we play Palace and Bournemouth. He can play those games.
But like again, like this is like
you have to manage his minutes. He's just had surgery, and it's not been a year. You have to manage minutes.
I get that, but you can manage his minutes by starting him and taking him off, and then giving him 90 minutes sometimes because he's playing one game a week. Like, but the thing that bothers me the most about this thing, right, is that like even so, wouldn't you argue that it's important for Enzo Maresca to have a set starting 11 so that those players can be familiar with one another and understand what's going on the pitch and the chemistry and all that stuff? I don't think you can do that with Reece James, like manage his minutes, like you're saying, like he's going to play this game, he'll play these next two, he'll take him off for this one, and I'll play him with this one, and I don't think you can afford to do that when you're trying to build that chemistry, when you're trying to build that strong starting 11 that like, okay, this is a team I'm going to go in with, they already know how to play, they understand each other. I think that puts a wrench into things, and I think that puts an inconvenience on Maresca, if anything.
Maybe, but again, like you just said, Gusto is our first choice right back. And I said this last season, by the way, as well, remember? And people were onto me that no, Reece can still do it. Gusto is
Chris
first
was
choice.
On to you.
Was I? Was I on
Yeah,
to you?
Yes, you were onto me.
Wait.
You were onto me, you remember?
About what? I don't know. What was I on to?
Remember last year?
Well, Chris, how do you feel when I tell you Reece? How do you feel when I tell you Malo Gusto is the starting right back for Chelsea?
Right now?
No, Chris, remember last year when I said, I think Gusto came back, or Reece came back, or maybe Reece was still injured, I don't know. But remember last year I said, Gusto is our first choice now, and Reece has to prove himself.
I think I was probably on to you. Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
And,
now you can't do it, Chris.
And to be fair, the point still stands out. And Marshall, that's also a factor probably as to why Gusto played against Arsenal and Reece didn't. Maybe it's a tactical issue. Maybe it's also a thing Maresca saying, Gusto, yes, he hasn't been the best this season, but he's still our first choice, so he deserves to play. And also, we have a big enough squad where, like, certain players may come in just in terms of it suits them better for a certain game.
Let me ask you guys something, because now that we're talking about Malo Gusto, right? And mind you, all of this, look, this is a conversation that we're going to continue and come back to if he gets another knock, if he gets hurt, another long term, we're going to be right back to where we started here. We're just having a conversation, and again, when we cross that bridge, we will get there. But now that we brought up how we've kind of established Malo Gusto as a starting right back, right? Is it too far-fetched to say that we could potentially see Reece James as the starting right back for the B team?
What do you mean by like saying starting team right back for the B team just doesn't get into the A team as much? Like even if he's fit?
Literally how Nkunku is used right now?
No. This season? Are you on about just this season or just
this season?
Okay. No, I still see.
Even better example how Mudrik's being used right now. Mudrik starts for the Conference League matches. He starts for the cup matches, and he gets sub minutes. And
because I think there's gonna be some games where Enzo Maresca, if he knows he's like fully fit, he's just gonna want to use him for some of these games. Like he'd be on the bench. He won't be like Mudrik though. No.
But the thing is, like, I mean, I've been saying, to be fair, that I want Gusto to play in the Conference League so that I don't see the sassy, but.
It's part of the reason I brought it up too, because of the sassy, right? I'm so sick and tired of seeing.
I don't want to do that. I want to give those minutes to Acheampong, but the guy won't sign a fucking contract. But if Reece plays there, then you're still going to have the same situation, right? That he's only playing once a week, and you won't see him playing the Prem until the Conference League is over, like after the group stages are done. Won't see him play the Prem. So
this is, again, I think we've opened
also,
a lot
there's
of...
no competition in the there's no competition in the Conference League really for him. Like what? Like he's not really going to be.
It's for fitness, really. It would probably be for fitness at that point.
But he's also going to be playing on terrible pitches.
Yeah, that's true.
That is
which
true,
he can get injured again. So he's going to play Conference League and pick up an unnecessary knock.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be having this other, like, no.
I feel like, I get that argument. I feel like...
I think this is something Maresca's thought about, by the way, as well.
He has to have. This guy, like, he's like going to university all over again. Like, he's just freaking studying every night, not getting any sleep, 3 cups of coffee a day.
I just think Maresca, like... See, this is something an experienced manager wouldn't do. They wouldn't have said that he has a knock. They just would have been like, he would have said something like, you know, I'm going to, international break, we've been trying something, so we're going to test it out against Leicester. So that means if he's not in the squad, then I'm trying something out. I want to try out Disasi off the bench or Acheampong maybe.
Maybe, but like, I don't know. I appreciate the honesty because it's one of those things that if he's getting hurt during international break, which it happens, right? Like, it happens. I get it. Like, this is just me being a little bit overcritical. I'm just worried that he's just as susceptible to get hurt in the games, you know?
But do we know what it is? Do you know why he got how he got hurt?
Apparently it's the hamstring. I don't know. He probably felt something while he was running or something.
Yeah, but that's why I say it's not that deep. It could just be like
you say it's not that deep, but the not that deep. Last time it was not that deep when it was just a knock. He was out for like a month and a half.
Yeah,
I know. But I know. Marshall,
that's a long time.
Yeah, but Marshall, if we had Poch. Like,
oh yeah, of course.
Reece
like, let's not
playing tomorrow.
Out for the season again. Yeah, like no.
Marshall, that's my point.
Day,
we now have,
you know what I'm saying?
We have a manager that
I am not a clown.
Like Maresca's here, and then Poch is here.
Sure.
Like two completely different ends of the spectrum. Who do you want? Who do you want?
Prime, recommendation as a friend: don't do those hand gestures every
day. You want Maresca? Do you want Maresca or do you want Poch?
Yeah. Keep your hands open. Oh man.
I know what I want.
Yeah.
I rather.
No, of course, I get it. Listen, I said what I said about James early in the season. I established what I wanted and what I'm expecting, and he's not hitting those expectations. I'm not saying sell him this summer, but I think Chelsea, if I were Chelsea, unless something drastic changes and maybe by some miracle, because the other thing too is that if this goes back to your example, Chris, with Arjen Robben, right? Or even let's go to even more extreme. Neymar is so injury prone, so a career riddled with injuries, right?
I say later on in his career.
But when he's on the pitch, holy shit, does he make a difference? Holy shit! And I'm not saying like Reece, when you play, I want you to give me all the GNA you can give me. Like no. If you can give me, if Reece James, when fit, can give me like Newcastle-esque performances, and maybe even like, because against United, he was trying those threaded passes that Enzo does, right? And we saw like the little bit of experiment.
He did one really good one too.
Yes, he pulled one off. He pulled one off, but nothing came of it. If he can continue like that and give me like Aspie like 7 out of 10 performances consistently, then maybe we can have a different discussion about like, okay, he might be unavailable for 50%, but when he is available, he is like in the team sheet, first name, 100%. I haven't necessarily seen that, but it's also been a really short sample size.
I think Reece is nailed on first team starter. When he's fit, he should be nailed on first team starter.
Marshall, in the 4 games he's played, can you give his match rating? I know it's been like a while now, but like in each of the games, give his match rating out of 10.
You get below a 7, you're
Like I did say, like it hasn't been enough of a sample size, right? But I'll say that against Liverpool, I'll probably give him a 7. Probably it's borderline like a 6.5, 7, right?
Oh,
Okay.
For Liverpool, like I don't think he was outstanding, but I don't think he was bad at all. Like
Because
I
for
don't
me,
think, yeah,
I have him at a 7.5 for Liverpool, so I don't mind. That's
I have
fine.
him at an
yeah.
8.
Next game.
Yeah, that's at 1.
For Newcastle, 9, easily a
I
9.
agree.
I would say. Then the next game is United. I'm giving him like a 7, 7.5, maybe.
Wait, same as Liverpool,
think-
basically?
I think he was better against United than against Liverpool.
Against United, I think he was more fit. He was trying a little bit more. He had established already, like, okay, I'm going to be doing the Enzo role, right? Because Enzo wasn't in Liverpool either, but he wasn't doing the things he was doing against Liverpool like he was in United and Newcastle. We saw him pinging passes and looking like doing what Enzo does for us usually without Enzo. So now that he had established more of a role, he had more of an impact on the game. I gave him like a 7.5,
You
7.
can also say that. So he has a higher rating against
Actually,
United.
you know what?
Liverpool.
I'll
Liverpool's a tough
bump him
proposition.
up to an 8 because he shut up Garnacho on and Rashford.
Yeah,
So
but he played tougher opposition in Liverpool. So
yeah, but
like
it's the
that.
performances. Like I get the opposition, but like even against the opposition, it's 1v1 or 1v2. It's not 1v11. So
yeah,
like,
but you said Garnacho and I expect a half bit Reece to pocket Garnacho and Rashford.
yeah, but
It's
like
not a
again,
metric.
I'm still taking into consideration the impact you've had. Like that for me, it's more about the impact in the game that stands out to me than your overall like maybe positioning and stuff like that. I don't know what you consider in your ratings, but that's for me that's a big one. And I think Newcastle had a huge impact. Goal line clearing saves, great passing ability, just overall solid defensively on the left flank. Like no one was getting through him. I think against United, pretty much the same thing. Didn't really pull off as many of the passes as I was hoping for, which knocks him down a bit in my opinion. And against Liverpool, it's his first
When you
game
say
back.
pull off, are you saying he didn't attempt them or they didn't come off?
Both.
But that's relying on our other players because against United, our attackers stunk.
Yeah, but there were still players making runs, and we weren't finding them. Our decision making, well, not decision making, but our attacking transition against United was slow. And I feel like Reece didn't do much to help with that. He still resorted back to Lavia and Caicedo, and they slowed it down. Reece, in other games, goes straight to the point like, okay, Palmer, here. Jackson, I see you, here. You know, like, he can do it. So, and there were players that in that game specifically, they were making runs. We just were too slow. We would let United reshape themselves. So, and again, it's still not a bad rating, 7.5. Like, again, the 7 for Liverpool, you can take into account that, yeah, he was hurt and stuff. Like, or not hurt, but he was just coming back from injury. I think he still played well. I don't think he was like phenomenal. I think Newcastle's been his best game. And then against Arsenal, I don't know. It wasn't enough time to really judge. But this is what I mean. Like, it's been a small sample size, right? If this is just a knock and he comes back, we'll have a larger sample size and we'll see more performances. And if he's constantly giving me convincing performances to say, like, okay, when fit, this guy needs to be in the team no matter what. I don't care. And even if he gets hurt, like, you need to convince me that even when you're hurt, you not being in a team is such a huge gap in quality that I need you. I need you in this team because when you are in the team, you give me so much. Like, it's an easy W when you're in the team.
But that's not necessarily fair because we have Gusto that's capable and good enough. It just is not.
Well, this season, not so much.
But I'm saying in general, because again, this is not Chelsea of 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 4 years ago where it was literally Reece James or bust. We have Gusto can play, or if not Gusto, it can be Fofana, it can be Caicedo, it can be the Sassy. We have enough cover. It can be Acheampong if he signs a contract.
But hold on, like I get that, right? We have backup, but let's say in a hypothetical, if Cole Palmer were to get hurt, don't you think it would be a big drop off to go from Cole Palmer to either João Felix or Nkunku?
Of course, because none of those players are good.
That's what I'm trying to get at. With Malo Gusto, he's not that good right now this season. We'll say that. Like, I don't miss Reece when he's gone.
Yeah, but again, we say that. We didn't miss Reece last season because Gusto was performing to a brilliant level. Fine, Gusto hasn't been that good this season, but Fofana has played that right back role this season, and he's looked good at it. We know Caicedo can play there as well. That's my point of if Reece is out for being rested or recovery or a knock, we have other players that can play there that we won't miss him, is my point.
Listen, obviously we're going to have this conversation again in the future, right? I am actually really curious to see how Reece is managed because, like I said, I emphasize this again, chat, and to everyone here in the panel who probably agrees with me on this one. We're not selling Reece James this summer. He's not getting sold. There's no way. If he does, I'd be really shocked, considering the fee. Yeah.
If we do, I agree with Scott. If we get rid of Reece, the guy that comes in has to be a world-class player and a leader. It needs to be, and I'm not saying it needs to be a right back, but it needs to be a like-for-like presence in the squad, a world-class player and a leader. It can't just be another 21-year-old kid.
Mm-hmm.
You need actual, because Reece is one of the only experienced players and leaders in the squad. Colwell is just trying to be a leader, but he's still a kid. Reece is actually experienced. He's been there. He's played on the big stages. He's won big trophies. If he goes, it's the same thing as getting rid of Silva and Azpilicueta. We're getting rid of another player that's supposed to be our leader. That's another reason why Reece needs to stay and this needs to work. Because the signings we've made, we've not brought in any experience in the last 2 years. We brought in kids with potential. And if we get rid of Reece, we're going to bring in another right back or another center back or whatever that has potential.
But that's why, continuing what I'm saying, I'm curious because, like I said, I don't think Reece is getting sold this summer. And if he does, we have to get someone who is of potential, which I don't think there's many people out there. I can't even name it off the top of my head if I wanted to. But I am curious how his minutes will be managed when, and I'm saying this confidently because I really think it's going to happen when we're in Champions League next season. Because that's another, we need, our best players for Premier League and for Champions League. And that's going to be something we'll see in the future. But listen, we dwelled on, this has been the Casually Reece James show. So we dwelled on Reece James for a hot minute. So, hey, if you enjoyed the conversation, smash up the like button. If you enjoy the content on here, subscribe. If you are subscribed, consider becoming a member. It's only 99p for the first tier, and you get some cool emojis. So big up to everyone who is still in this conversation, still talking to us, still in the chat. You guys mentioned him, and I do want to bring this up, and I'm curious to see how you guys feel about it. And I'm expediting the show a little bit, but let's get to this one. Acheampong Frozen Out. Now, we were talking about Acheampong. We brought him up a few times because he could potentially be a right back option in the future, right? So let's read some tweets here. What's going on with Acheampong? Why is he being frozen out? Let's hear it. So a month ago, we had Real Madrid with rumors here considering a move for Chelsea's Josh Acheampong this January, both as a short-term option at right back and as a future of their backline. Obviously, they're missing Carvajal. Is coming from Miguel Delaney. It's not a bad source. It's somewhat reliable. But this was a month ago, so I figured I'd bring it up. And now it makes sense why these rumors are coming up, because we're hearing here, Josh Acheampong is already being targeted by high-profile clubs over a January transfer, but Chelsea do not want to sell him. They are still planning for contract negotiations to resume and remain optimistic that the situation can be resolved. That's coming from The Athletic about a month ago. And then we still have a month to go here for Fabrizio. I can confirm the story from earlier today. Chelsea have no intention of playing or including Josh Acheampong in an important way in the squad until he signs a new deal. Chelsea feel many clubs have started approaching him. Enzo Maresca on Josh Acheampong contract standoff. And this was said a month ago as well. No, to be honest, I feel a bit shame for Josh because this kind of game could be an opportunity for him. And I believe at the time it was Panathinaikos was the game that he was talking about. I had a chat with him about 3 weeks ago about his situation, and the chat we had was very good. But since that moment, I haven't spoke to him again. It's a shame because I really think Josh can potentially be a top player. He's still 18, so very young. Many things can change. For the future, he can be very important for Chelsea. It is so important for the club that is our intention is not to use him, but the first thing we need to do is to find a solution for his contract for his future. It's a bad situation for him at the moment. I don't know if the people are helping him or not. I really like Josh. I would like to have him here with us, but it is not possible. And that's coming from Bobby Vincent. Obviously, this is an interview. This is how he answered. It's a pretty honest answer. I'm not going to lie to you. So we continue on here. October 22nd. I can confirm the story. Okay. Talks are ongoing between Chelsea and Josh Acheampong's agents to find a solution, and it is priority for the club to sort out. The club know it's important and doesn't want to lose him on a free transfer. And then lastly here from Miguel Delaney, Josh Acheampong has an agent talking to Chelsea, and they want to get the player's pathway absolutely right at such a crucial stage of his development. No rush on the decision. I don't know if you guys know any other details. As far as I'm aware, it's just they're not agreeing on the contract. Obviously, we know why Chelsea doesn't want him to go on a free. They want some transfer money from him. It's pure profit. And on top of it, too, I think Chelsea do want to keep some of their best talents. And it would be a shame if he were to go on a free. I mean, I'll start off with Scott. What are your thoughts on this whole situation, man?
I understand it. It sucks because like he would be getting the minutes, or he would be getting the minutes, or at least kind of some of the minutes that we've seen Disasi get in the Conference League. And I feel like we saw him against Barrow. I know like it's Barrow and you can't take too much, but he looked decent. It's basically the only game I think we've seen him in this season.
Because Tariq George has been playing a lot more, and I haven't seen him.
Yeah, because the only other game I remember seeing him in was the Inter game, or was it Celtic? I wanted to
Servette. He played Servette, I'm pretty sure.
Oh well, but it sucks. But it's like, I understand it. Like, if you're not going to sign a contract, what's the point? Like, in their mind, I think it's like there's no point us playing you because if you play well and you still don't sign the contract, you just put yourself in the shop window. Like, you just basically put yourself in a position where you can leave on a free or leave for a cheap. But it's like, if you don't play, like, then who really wants you, sort of thing. Like, so I think that's just kind of what it is. And like, it's just so stupid as well because the pathway is there for him. That's what's daft. Like, whoever is advising him is just being an idiot. Like, I don't know if it's family, if it's agent, whatever. They're just being stupid because the pathway is there. Like, we spent, what, an hour or however long it was, 45 minutes, talking about how Reece James is injury prone and Malo Gusto has been shit this season. The two guys ahead of him have been either injured or cheeks. Like, your chance is there. Like, the thing is, you know what's nuts? Is Gusto has been that bad, there is chances of him in the Premier League this season. Like, for Southampton, for example, say the Reece James thing is a significant injury, right? It's a serious injury. That Southampton game, I would genuinely consider playing Acheampong in that game if he had signed the contract. Because it's only 3 days after the Villa game. You give Gusto a rest because he's probably going to be crap up until that game anyway. Like, I would consider resting him against the game. You're playing the second worst team in the league, I think.
And you know what's funny?
Second worst team or the worst team.
Acheampong actually is a right back, centre back. Actually perfectly fits that mold. of what Maresco wants in that.
I'd rather him be playing over Disasi in the conference leagues. It
Yeah,
makes
it's a
more
better
sense.
fit.
Yeah. Like, keep
Bro.
Disasi at center back, and you can bench body Achille. I think Tosin Disasi at center back is a decent enough pairing that they can get a job done.
By now, he wouldn't be a starter by now, at least not yet per se, but by now, he could comfortably be like a conference league starter by now. Comfortably, because the Sassy's been cheats. He could comfortably be starting in the conference league. And let's say this Reece James thing is actually serious. Gusto keeps performing badly. You get your chance like at Southampton. You play against Everton. All of a sudden, you're a starting fullback at Chelsea out of nowhere. Like, this is how these things happen. This is how you get your opportunity. Rashford was nowhere near in a chance of getting for playing for United, but so many strikers and forwards got injured that he just got thrown in, and it worked out. Just take your chance how you get it. You can't be asking for or demanding an opportunity. The pathway is here. There's not been a better pathway at Chelsea since the transfer ban we had with Lampard for a player to come through.
I mean, it is true.
Wait, how long is his contract anyway? Like a year?
I think
runs
he
out in
goes
20
on free. Go ahead, Scott.
I think it's 2026. I think after it's either this summer or next summer, basically.
If it's next summer, I don't see what's his game at this point. Is he expecting to be sold like this summer coming up?
Well, no, like I think what we're hearing from like his end is like it's a case of like seeing the chances or like seeing the pathway.
Yes,
but that's
2
where I
years,
say
you
like
mean?
that's where I say it's like it just doesn't make sense because you're like the pathway's there. Like,
So I
yeah,
mean,
it's-
like
it's just-
he would get games in the Conference League and stuff to prove like what you can do, and he would get games in the Premier League. The way you said, like Reece James injured,
Yeah,
Gusto not performing, he has chances.
you know, that's
Yeah,
the
his contract- by the
frustrating
way,
thing.
his
Unless
contract-
Enzo's told him you got no chance, mate.
he's got a year and a half left. His contract ends summer of 2026.
Okay.
Okay, so the next summer. Still,
Yeah,
so
which
it's
is
good that Chelsea are getting ahead of it.
Which makes sense. We've heard that these owners refuse to let after what happened. I'm trying to think. I don't know if it was
the
Rudiger
one player in the
Christensen.
academy. Oh, true.
No, it was after the Mount thing. It was after the Mount thing. Because of the whole Mount situation, they basically refused to let players get down to a year left on their contract. Like if they get to within 2 years, like the whole plan is if a player gets within 2 years of their contract, you either, like as Jardel says, I think that's how I say your name in the chat. It's like once you get to 2 years, you either sign a new contract or you leave.
Yeah.
I agree with
That's
that as
the
well.
That's
agree with
even
that
with
too.
like Chalobah as well, and guys like Gilchrist. Like Gilchrist, we only extended by like a year or two, but that's just because he only had like a year, I think, or 2 years left on his contract. So we literally just extended by a year or two.
And you know what frustrates me about this situation? Because Chris said it, right? Like you guys all said it. There's a path here. With how it's being dealt with, it almost strikes me like the Tino Livramento situation. And it's different too because the Tino Livramento situation, we were in Champions League at the time, and yes, his pathway didn't look very optimistic. You had Aspie ahead of you, obviously, who was the captain at the time.
Yeah,
you had Reece James ahead of you, right, who was playing and fit, and Livramento, I think, was a wingback too. Like he's a natural wingback.
He was
I
fullback,
think.
as I recall. Still,
Yeah,
He
okay.
was
right back.
fullback.
What I find weird at that situation is
But real quick, before you continue on, the final point I want to make on that is that at that time too, not only was Chelsea in Champions League, you had Tuchel, who he had his favorites. He would not have given him play time. Maybe he gave Lewis Hall play time. I'll give him that. But outside of Lewis Hall, like I can't think of very many
It was hard
players.
for the right side, though.
And Lewis Hall came in mostly because of injuries, to be honest.
didn't Livramento leave in 22-23?
I thought it was before that.
Potentially, he left. He left before we signed Gusto. I think.
I thought we got rid of
Oh,
him
was it
in
Gusto?
21. Or wait, Livramento was still at Chelsea into 2023.
No, I don't think he went to Southampton.
That was
Yeah,
2021, I believe.
Yeah, I thought it was 21.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can easily check this.
There's no way he stayed at.
Yeah,
2023.
he went in 2021.
Yeah, I thought so.
2021 summer he left.
Yeah.
Okay, we won the chat. Okay. Yeah. Even still, I think that's crazy because you had, in terms of the right wing back options, we're looking at, what's his name? Hakimi, but we didn't get him. And in terms of right wing back options, he would have been perfect. Aspie was old as well. Reece James was moving from right wing back and right centre back. But having a partnership of Livramento and Reece would have been perfect. And
To be fair,
even though he thought he couldn't because Reece was there, everyone knew Reece was injury prone. Like the injuries we got that season, Livramento would have got the game time.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair,
ahead,
the Livramento one I think is a little bit different, right? Because I kind of agree. He had a spot as a backup, but I don't think anyone expected the Reece injuries. Like the Reece injuries weren't this bad at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like he probably would have been at best second choice, and like he had the option of going and being a first choice Southampton. Like the Livramento one is a bit different. I understand there were injuries with Reece. It was not this bad at the time. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad.
No. But I didn't say it was this bad. But Reece has had injuries throughout his whole career at Chelsea. The season we won the Champions League, the people not remember he was out injured.
No, I know, but the one major injury I remember him having prior to this season was the one under Lampard where he came back early against Arsenal and got rinsed by Tierney the whole game. That's the one big injury I remember him having. Because
when he got forced to play with him and Chilwell.
Yeah.
But like, but my point is like, even then, right? Like, you could say, okay, he probably won't get as much game time because as long as Reece can stay fit, and we didn't know how much he was going to stay fit. The game time isn't really there. With Acheampong, the lane is there. The lane is open, my brother. Because as I just said, James is even worse, his injury history, and Gusto is crap. Or not is crap.
You have a manager that's willing to give you the play time too.
I mean, it was. I mean, Livramento could also play left back, but I get your point with that. But yeah, with Acheampong, the pathway is right there, and you're not taking it. Like, it's crazy.
It's frustrating because as a result of that, we have to deal with Axel Disasi at right back.
Is he allowed to train with the squad?
Probably not with the main team. Can't see it with the main team.
I don't know. I don't actually know what's going on with
that. You know how much value you can have learning from Reece that he's not getting right now.
Yeah, and the manager. And
I'm not an advocate for like Cobham players. Everyone knows this. I don't like Cobham players, but I actually like Acheampong. I actually like this guy.
I haven't really seen much of him, but he looks good.
Yeah, because he hasn't played too much.
And he's also Ghanaian. I have no reason to like him, but I do.
Have you seen like loans of him or just
no? I don't know.
Just like the style of play.
I just think there's something there. And I'm not saying he's fully ready, but he needs game time. So give it to him. But he needs to sign the contract.
Yeah, everything I heard about Acheampong last season, when we were doing the whole like right back thing of whatever of Disasi, everything I heard was Acheampong was doing really good in the youth team. Was the starting youth team right back, obviously, and was just having a good season. And I wanted to see more of him. I didn't realize he was rated as highly as he was until like later on into the season, like late last season. But yeah, like I knew he was rated highly, and the fact that like Madrid are now apparently in for him and he's rated like that, it just speaks to.
Madrid don't really go for chumps.
I don't believe that Madrid's up Abi Solo. I don't.
Really?
I mean, if
they are, Miguel Delaney, it's not a bad.
It does not make sense for him to go. What he goes to Real Madrid and he's the starting right back now.
No, I don't think. I don't think he'd be the starter because they did a similar thing. They did a similar thing last year or the year before with a guy from Shakhtar. They signed a young Brazilian right back on loan from Shakhtar for like a year or two, and basically had him in their Castilla team, which is what I think they do with Josh, because it's of like
no. Right now they have injuries.
Yeah, no, 100%. But I don't think they'd sign Acheampong to put in the first team. I think they'd sign him for a guy like to have in the Castilla team that they see coming through. Because the thing is, both their right backs that they've got are I mean, Carvajal's like what 33, 34, and Vasquez is 32, I think, or 31. It's like they're both old. They don't have a right back after that.
No, are they both injured?
No, only Carvajal is injured.
Oh, okay. I thought they were both injured. My bad. Sorry, continue.
No, I think the problem, because I've seen a few Real Madrid fans talk about it, the issue is Vasquez is a winger playing right back. So, like, he got converted under Zidane, I think. Zidane, and that he's their backup right back, quote unquote. That's why they're also looking at Trent as well. And they would look at James if we were to put him up for sale. Because, like, outside of Carvajal, who, as I said, is 34 and is now having a major injury. By the way, going back to the right back conversation, he's world class.
Who's world class?
Carvajal is world class.
Oh yeah, he's getting quite old.
Okay.
Now.
No, don't make that face. He's world class.
Yeah, no. Yeah. You know what? Now that I think about it, yes. You know what? I think he's world class, and Frimpong is a good shout. I'm just kind of hesitant because I had an argument on my Discord, which, by the way, if you haven't joined the Discord, join the Discord.
Hey, we have too many.
When fit, Reece James is better than Carvajal.
I agree.
I think that's a conversation.
Oh, cool. Okay.
No, but I think you
don't agree. But like, okay, you said it's a conversation to be had.
I think that's a debate that can be had. I think that's a conversation that can easily be had.
Also, real quick. Big up, Sunshine. Thank you for the raid. Cover your ears. Sorry, people. We're raided. We're being raided.
Over here
Sorry. Everyone's wired now. Sunshine, big up to Sunshine for the raid. Thank you so much. Everyone who just tuned in from the Sunshine raid, be sure to smash up that like, subscribe if you're new here, and join in on the conversation. So, big up to everyone. Hope you enjoy the show. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Maybe
Go ahead.
we need a different sound because with the state of the world right now, that our land could be anything.
Yeah, man. Like, look what's happening.
I will take suggestions in the suggestion bin.
Anyways, who disagreed with you that Reece is not better than Carvajal?
Just my overall community. Some certain Arsenal fans think I'm deluded for saying that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but they think Ben White is better.
But I also have Chelsea fans too. But yeah, go ahead.
Regardless of whether he is or not, that's a conversation you can have. Is what I think so. Like at the very least. I think that's the thing with Acheampong. I think Acheampong is. Yeah, I think the thing with Acheampong. Go ahead. I think the thing with Acheampong as well is like it would not surprise me, and I don't think it would surprise anyone else. Like, say he was to leave, he would have the likes of Dortmund, probably Bayern. I'm trying to think of like other teams like that. Like he'd have a couple Premier League teams. Like he'd have a few Premier League teams coming in for him. Like I think we all know that. Like I think that's the thing with Chelsea academy players. As much as I hate our academy in terms of it producing top level talent consistently, it does produce talent of a certain level. And most of those guys are able to play in the Premier League. And as I said, I think Dortmund would be really good for him. Even though they kind of have two right backs already. But I think they would. And yeah, Bayern as well. They love Bayern. They're young, like wonder kids from everywhere. Like they're insane. So yeah, like it just sucks, as I said, that he doesn't want to sign this contract.
What's up, Prime?
So, hold on. So Reece isn't world class because he's a fullback that actually defends. And now Carvajal's not world class. You're having a stinker and hook Joe, I'll be real.
No. No, I said Carvajal I would consider world class.
Because you just forgot about him.
I did forget about Carvajal. And to be fair, I also kind of forgot about Frimpong. But Frimpong is still early.
I just think he's on his way to maybe being world class.
I could see him potentially becoming a world class right wing back or right back.
I would say he's also a wing back. He's not a right back.
Yeah. But like,
do you think?
But I say argue like I would consider it. I don't think, but it is really close because I just don't think Carvajal gives you the attacking output that a Reece James did in his prime.
Yeah, but I don't think you need, like, as a fullback, your primary job is to be. Oh, okay,
he shows them now.
We're talking of right backs.
Anyways,
talking about how Delot is, you know.
Oh,
The looks world class, even though he's getting hooked and like he is having a stink of a season.
No, but yeah, but okay, Marshall.
I don't even know why we're talking about Delo. Can we talk about
As a
Chelsea?
full-
please?
Yeah, Chris is just being a wild. Ignore him, Ahmed. Anyways, Marshall, why as a fullback? Like, because you said you're quite old school. Well, okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Why is as a full
I am.
as a fullback? I need you to be able to defend. Your attacking output is brilliant, but if you can't defend, then I don't rate you. That's why I don't rate Trent highly, because he can't defend really, or at
Yeah,
least
I'm the
besides
same way.
this season.
I respect Carvajal's defensive abilities for sure.
So why is it you said Reece is not world class then?
I said at this
Hey,
very moment, I
4K.
don't think Reece is world class anymore.
4K.
It's
At
because
this
of the
moment-
injury.
I mean,
at
he's
this
not
moment.
lying. I mean,
It's because of
Marshall,
it's just
No,
the
he is
No, no.
he is lying.
Marshall is not
He-
lying because, like, what I mean by that is that, listen, I think all of us here can agree on
Hey,
his day.
Ahmed, show your face.
with-
Show your face, you bro.
listen, guys, yeah, on his day, yeah, with consistent amount of football, right, yeah, and he's playing week in, week out, boys. Yeah, I would argue, and I'm pretty sure everyone here would agree with me that Reece James is world class. No, I think that's fair to say. I think on his day, when he's performing well, when he's doing that defensive action, and he's doing also the offensive action, right, together, yeah, just being, I think for me, he is world class. In general, the issue is that listen, I get that he's now just doing like a minor job now, in the sense that he just sits back and he's almost acts like a third centre back. Essentially, that's the way he plays these days, right? He doesn't do the thing of being able to invert and then be able to push forward offensively because his body can't handle that anymore. So for me, I just look at him and I think from a defensive standpoint, does he do a job? Yeah, he does, and that's it. But listen, at the end of the day, when it comes to Reece James, you know, my take remains the same. You know what I mean? Really, we should have got a third guy. I know a lot of people have said that is technically meant to be. I've been Acheampong this season. The issue is that the Vision Nation is not one of those guys that's a big fan of Acheampong who thinks he's got
Yeah, but your talent ID stinks.
and listen, we can cook me for saying Delo. I don't even think it necessarily even has to be a Delo. I just said we need someone to compete with Gusto. Yeah, it can be again a right side centre back or like a right back hybrid. But the issue that we had at the club last season, and I'll repeat this again, this year had the club this summer when I wanted that to happen, was that we couldn't move on this RC, we couldn't move on Buddy, we couldn't move on like just a centre back, you know what I mean? Yeah, to get that done. That's what the issue has become, boys. Now, you know, Scott here can talk about a talent ID. You know what I mean? The streets never at the Vision Nation talent ID. That's all I have to say. You know what I mean? My talent ID speaks for itself. You know what I mean? Chris can talk about, you know, the player. I think he talked about Delo. At least Delo's playing 30 games this season.
Really?
You know what I mean?
Don't do
You know what I
this.
mean?
Don't do
No,
this.
no, no,
thing.
no.
Don't do it.
The reason why I just even mentioned what's it called this Delo is that, you know, at least he's giving me consistent games per season. Reece James right now, Reece James right now, sadly, right, he's giving me the same pattern, boys. Like realistically, what I mean by that, he plays like 1 or 2 games, and then bang, he's out injured. You know what I mean?
Played 4, but
no, but that's the point though.
You missed the hour and a half conversation we had on this. But
that's what I mean. That's what.
Yeah. Like I get what you're saying. The reason I don't. My reason for not holding Reece James to that world-class level anymore is because ever since he was that world-class player, it's been injury after injury after injury after injury. I just don't think he's the same player he used to be.
100%.
The reason why I say he is the world-class is that when he gets injured and comes back, he puts in a brilliant performance.
Well, that's the thing. This season, we're seeing a different profile of Reece James that I think is new to most of us. And with more games, because we've only really had 4 games to really make this assessment. With more games, we'll see how he adapts to playing just a center back role, or if he does come in and does the inverting role. Like that's yet to be seen. It could happen.
Did we not watch United?
Shut up, Chris. Marshall, by your metric, in the 3 games he's played, he's put in. You said a 7,
a 7.5. No, I think I said 7. I said 7, a 9, and a 7.5.
No,
Or
but
an
you bumped up the Liverpool. You bumped up the
No,
United game
United
to
to
an
an
8,
8.
right?
Okay, yeah, you're right.
So in the 3 games he's had a 9, a 7.5, 9, and an 8.
Yeah, but
And a
again, I
World
did
Class.
say like that's only 3 games. I want to see that
know,
over a
I know.
consistent run.
But my point is, whenever Reece comes back from injury, he's always on it.
Yeah.
Last season, he got injured
We'll
his
see-
first
we'll
game
see how he
back.
comes
or
back.
one of
Listen,
his
listen.
first
He changed that game, yeah.
But
But,
okay, but
Brian,
hold on,
Brian,
hold on.
Brian,
In that
Brian,
same
before we
notion,
move
that
on.
second game he got fucking
Okay.
suspended. But
I'm
go
gonna-
ahead.
I'm gonna kind of back you here, Marshall. Yeah, let me, you know what I mean? 'Cause
Now let
I
Prime
feel like,
finish.
I think the issue that we're having
Wait,
right now.
hold on. Let Prime finish and then go ahead. And then Scott, I want to hear
So
what you
let
have to say. too.
Ahmed waffle. It's fine.
Yeah, no. I think an issue that we're having is that sometimes we are also. I don't know how to say this, but we are sometimes deluded, by one of our own. You know what I mean?
I tried to put that
You know what I
out
mean?
there and
You know,
try
no,
to
no.
wind it back a little
This is
bit
the
because
stupidest
No,
argument. This
listen,
might be the
what I
stupidest
mean-
argument I've heard this week.
Listen,
No,
you might be
because,
sometimes.
it's
What I
not
mean, but what I
that.
mean by that, what I mean by that is that I don't listen. Is he
Blue-tinted
right
glasses.
now? Right, yeah, exactly. What I mean by that, Marshall, is that listen, is in his job right now. Is he doing a world class job right now? In his job right
Yes.
now?
Yes,
No,
yes.
he's not. He's
Yes,
doing
he
a
is.
very
When
good
he
job.
plays,
He's
he's
doing
one
a
of the best
very good
players
job.
normally.
He's
Yes,
working
he
up
is.
to it. No, again, but
Ahmed,
I'm saying
ask you a
he's
question.
working up to it though.
Ahmed,
He's
can I
working
ask
up
you
to
a
it though.
question?
And the
Ahmed,
reason,
Fighting.
okay.
Ahmed, can I ask you a question? I'll ask. Chris, shut up.
this is
Ahmed.
what Reece James
Stop.
does to our fan base.
Shut up, I wasn't doing anything there.
You know what, man? You know, I wish these guys are fighting for him like Gallagher. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Let me ask you a question.
Shut up.
You know, my boy makes him run out. You know what I mean? You
Ahmed,
know,
Ahmed,
that's what I'm saying. Go ahead,
Ahmed,
go ahead.
Ahmed, brother. Don't let Marshall turn us Africans against each other. Ahmed, brother, listen. Anyways, Ahmed, let me ask you the question.
All right.
In the games
Lumos.
Lumos Maxima. In the games he's played, Liverpool at Anfield, Newcastle at the Bridge, Old Trafford, Man United. What has been Reece James's match ratings from your perspective in those 3 games?
No.
Be honest. Be honest.
I swear to God, bro. I think he's been solid 7.5 out of 10. Solid 7.5 out of 10.
No.
Every game.
No.
That's rough.
Shut up, Chris. Shut up.
I'm asking.
Chris,
No, so can you repeat this again? So obviously against Arsenal.
No, in each game,
Yeah.
your honest match rating. So after you watch, Ahmed, after you watch those games, what was your honest reaction? Not now, at that point, what was your honest reaction?
Listen, at that point, and I remember there's one fact that I was saying that Reece James had a solid performance. He was doing really well, and that means for me 7.5 out of 10.
No. In each game. So
Can
against
you say the game then, and I'll give you the answer if you don't mind.
Anfield. After that game, what was his?
I gave him a 7.5 out of 10. I remember that game. I was speaking to Liverpool.
Okay.
Yes.
Newcastle at the Bridge. What was your match rating for Reece?
7 out of 10. It's a pretty good.
Whoa, really? Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. So he was better against Liverpool.
Then Newcastle? You mean
Because I felt like against Newcastle, he wasn't really doing that much. Like again, like
they had a goal line clearance, dude.
the goal line clearance can't go.
No. We're not entertaining this.
He did it more once, by the way.
We're not
You see,
we're not
guys, I'm
entertaining-
reasonable.
We're not entertaining. I'm not entertaining.
But he did. But the thing is,
I'm
the
not
issue.
entertaining this nonsense anymore.
The issue is, sorry, guys,
finish.
Let me before you continue, Prime. Yeah, I just said, guys, again, I'm not saying in his current form right now he's not world class. That's what I've said. Yeah, my thing is he's working up to becoming that. World class performances for me means that every single game you are playing, you are dropping 9 out of 10, and that means 9, by the way, for those who don't know.
Fine. I just want your 3 matches. So against Liverpool at Anfield, he was a 7. Against Newcastle at the Bridge, he was a 7. Oh, you said 7.5 against Liverpool.
Yeah.
He was a 7 against Newcastle.
I would say
Against
7.5 because I did forget that obviously the goal and clearance. That's actually a fair point. He definitely deserves a 7.5.
And before you cook him, Scott, against Man United at Old Trafford, what was Reece?
You know what? That one, I would probably have to say 8. There were quite a few times in that game, in particularly, where he was actually, helping us out, stopping those those ball breaking ones, and even stopping I think it was Rashford at the time, like once or twice from like actually getting behind and being 1v1 with the keeper.
Oh.
So I would say 8 out of 10. But again, what that shows you for me is that I'm a man of my word. I've told you guys that I think he's working towards what I said he was going to.
And again, this is your honest rating after you had watched after those games. Immediately after that game, that's your honest rating.
Yeah, of course, bro. Of course, yeah.
Cool. That's fine. Thank you, Ahmed, for being honest. Scott, kill him.
I can't believe we are having a debate about whether Reece James is world class.
He's not world class. Scott, he's not world class currently, though. He's
a
not
world class player.
Don't lose.
Yes,
that.
No. But Scott,
player,
what you're saying is true. I'm just saying right now, in terms of form, he's not world class. That's what we disagree on, bro. That's why I said
he came back and dropped a world class performance against Newcastle. By the way, the fact he ended 7.5.
I don't know. I think we did too much on that.
I'll give him that. I'll give him that.
Fucking ludicrous. By the way, he was a 9 out of 10 that game. Like he was a 9 out of 10.
Okay,
absolutely
guys.
But regardless, this guy is a world class player. End of argument. Like he's a world class player. The
I
only
agree.
issue is that cool. That's the only argument that can be made. He's a world class player when he plays. He is world class.
You know what?
Like,
I think I'm going to change the
inarguable.
terminology to that. I think I'm going to change the terminology slightly. Yeah, he's a world class talent, right? He's a world class talent, but I don't think I think the thing that stops him from becoming completely WC world class, certification is number of games on the pitch. That's all.
Can I ask you a question? Ahmed, can I ask you a question before you go?
Hold on. Ahmed, how old are you?
I am 26 years old.
That was not what I was expecting. That's good.
Big man. He's just 2 years younger than you. He's not a talent anymore.
He's what?
He's not a talent anymore, bro. He's a big man.
He's a big man. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Talent.
What do you mean by that?
Ahmed, can I ask you a question?
Let me ask Ahmed quickly. Let me ask Ahmed the question I was going to ask. Is Neymar world class?
Yes, Neymar is world class. Not currently. I would think currently, but on his day,
is he a world class player? Is he a world class player?
Is he a world class player? Not anymore. No, not anymore. I think that's a fair comment to make.
Alright. When you watch Arjen Robben at Bayern Munich, was he world class for you?
Yes, I am Roman at Bayern Munich was world class.
Yeah, like the guy who played like 15 to 25 games tops every season.
And how many can Reece James even do that?
I mean, yeah, the last 2 seasons has been like 10 games or something. But say if he plays 20 games this season, and for the next few seasons he does 20 plus, it'd be no difference, would it?
Last season, Reece James did not play 10 games. Let's not do this, Chris.
Oh yeah, but now he's had the surgery. Now it's different.
Chris, right now he's only barely played 4 games, and he's
really got 8. The variable games he could have played, the variable games he could have played. He got
he's only played 4, Chris. Right now, Chris, he's only played 4. Like, realistically, all I've asked for, and I'm going to maintain this again, guys, I'm not even saying sell Reece James, by the way. I'm not those idiots. I'm not one of those idiots that's like, let's sell him. You know what I mean? Get him out of my club. You know what I mean? Some people want Gallagher revenge. That's what I'm saying. If you know, you know. That's what I'm saying. But, like, listen, I'm just saying, chat, I just want someone to compete with Chris, though. That's what I'm asking for. Is that too much to ask for?
At this
Marshall,
current,
is that too much to ask for, brother? I'm just
at
asking.
this current junction, and I'm laying it out there and I'm putting my heart on my sleeve. At this current junction, I would say, unless, which I said to Prime before, unless from this point on, when you are available, you give me those higher than 7 out of 10 performances consistently, I think it is, which he has. That's what I'm saying. No, I agree with Scott. I agree. In these last 4 games, he has given me higher than 7 out of 10 performances. If he can do that consistently for the rest of the season, and obviously it's to the point where, like, okay, when you're available, you make a difference, right? Like, we need to have you despite your injuries. Then, unless that happens, then I am considering starting phase 1 of moving on from Reece James. Because I just don't think relying on a player who is this injury prone is a good idea for Chelsea going forward. I think it won't be this summer, but maybe the next summer we could potentially see Reece James leaving Chelsea. And this summer could potentially see the move of a younger right back coming in. Because one thing we've established in this conversation is that Malo Gusto right now is the starting right back of Chelsea Football Club.
And you know what my worry is, Marshall? Before you go, Marshall, yeah, my worry just is, right now, Gusto, I think he's too comfortable right now in his position. No. That's something I've said, for a long while now. He's way too comfortable because who's competing with Gusto right back, guys? Like, realistically, right now, but Reece James, we know that he's still going through this injury-prone process, and maybe this thing still goes on and on and on. But if you're Malo Gusto right now, bro, he basically had the whole of last season to himself, barring 3 or 4 games. This season, he's about to have a few more games again to himself in that position. He is comfortable. He don't have any competition in that position. So, and for me, my issue becomes, I worry then for a guy like Gusto's development, because when you've got guys that when you got guys like Disasi competing against, you competing guys like Disasi at right back. You know what I mean? You're playing in game week in and game week out. So it's not easy, isn't it? It's not easy, Marshall. And so, like, that's my issue, by the way. With like, I'm concerned of Gusto's development, but I want to make another comment quickly, and that is just on. I've seen a lot of people talk about Reece James. Let's not, people would still want him. I'm going to tell you right now, Real Madrid is not going to want Reece James. Why do people think Real Madrid is going to buy an injury-prone Reece James? Like, why are we acting like this stupid? Why does our fan base act like?
Wait, hold on. You don't think Real Madrid is stupid?
Real Madrid are not this stupid. Do you know what I mean?
Real Madrid tore up a 2 and 3 year Champions League team to sign Mbappe on a 3.
No. That
is pretty stupid.
But the problem is, we can at least make some more of the argument, that at least that they thought they were signing the best striker in the world, at least in their eyes, But like the thing about
the best right back in the world.
No, but the thing is, the difference is that Reece James, as apparently I saw the statistic, by the way, I think it was some BR Sport. I think he's had as many games played now, guys, as games injured.
Yeah.
No, he hasn't.
Do you know how crazy that is?
It's almost. He still played more games.
That's why I said almost, Chris. You should listen, please.
No. You said
listen, Chris. Please, Chris. Listen. I know there's a lot of sheep in your closet.
I think you're having all the shit in your closet right now. You didn't say almost. Even Scott said the same. He's obsessed with
But guys, again, one thing I want to say, again, I'm just coming back to this, boys. Reece James ain't getting sold anytime soon, bro. I don't think there's going to be a lot of suitors for Reece James, as many people like.
Well, that's why I was saying not this summer, but the next summer I can potentially starting to see some suitors potentially.
And
I think it's waffling. Anyone thinks there won't be any suitor for Reece James. I think it's
no, but not the level of suitor. I think not the level of suitor that I think a lot of people believe. I think not the level of suitor that people think, and I would say also B. And this is the second thing for me.
Wait a minute.
The price also is going to be the thing. I know a lot of people.
But hold on. In order for it to be the level of suitor we want it to be, then it has to be those teams, because those are the only teams that can afford them.
That's what I'm saying. No, but that's the point I'm gonna make. It's not gonna probably be them. I think it's gonna probably be some random team, like a mid-table club that thinks, you've got some money to spend. Maybe that's what it will be. But for me,
what mid-table club is gonna be able to afford his salary?
Marshall, move on. Marshall.
Come on, Marshall. This is the Eve. Marshall, we know you. Marshall, Aston Villa could probably afford his salary. You don't think Aston Villa could afford the salary?
Go ahead, Prime.
Anyways, move on. Well, I'm bypassing that midfield. What would be the price tag for Reece, Marshall?
I would imagine, based on his contract, I'm thinking minimum 80 for the player. I think I don't see any disputes. I think that's
get 80 million for Reece James right now.
By the way,
let's read the beautiful blue tinted glasses. You know what I mean? I have to remove it for me to be objective as possible. We ain't getting that money, boys. We ain't getting that money.
But that's what I would think minimum that's his worth. What were you gonna say, Scott?
Just to entertain the stupid idea that Ahmed said, if Reece did join Aston Villa on his same contract, he'd be on £100,000 more than their highest earner.
Yeah. I don't think any mid-table club is going to go for Reece James. It has to be a top 6 side from any league. Like, I just don't think affordability-wise, because that's the other thing too. Like, we're not talking 80 mil on 2 years left on his contract. This man still has 6 or 7 years to go on his contract. That contract's worth a lot of money right now. It's worth a lot of money right now.
Listen, I just want boys. I just
looked
listen,
in,
boys. You know, I think.
You want boys? Pause. Whoa.
Boys. I said boys. I said like you guys.
said
That's
boys,
what I'm
yeah.
talking
No,
about.
you said
Command
I want
them.
boys. Both.
No. I said listen. I thought guys. I think a lot of people got hearing issues in it. I think a lot of people got hearing issues. But I want to close this out.
I heard what
I want
Ahmed
to.
said. Ahmed said he wants us boys, which is still a pause.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, I Marshall wants this topic to be, Kalahast, yeah. So I'm gonna help him out here, guys. In general, what I would say, listen,
Hey, what is
we've
what?
lost a lot of lads. You know what I mean? A lot of lads, that I think represent the club, in my personal opinion, yeah.
We
Well,
lost a lot of lads there, yo.
yeah. What I mean by that, obviously, is that we've lost. Listen. Come on, man. Why do you have to do this to me? Like, I wanted to say, guys, again, and I'll say
car crash sound effect.
In conclusion, we've lost a lot of guys, in my personal opinion. That for certain fan bases, for certain parts of our fan base, have meant kind of represented the club. Whether it be Gallagher, whether it be Mount, whether it be who reached lost his cheek, etc. But at the end of the day, guys, we just got to start. Sometimes you just got to move on from the guys that you love. You know what I mean? It hurts you, but you got to move on from that person, bro. You know what I mean? Sometimes, bro, the game's the game. Wallahi, you know what I mean? And I want to ask you to end it all, yeah, that, that point, in my personal opinion, is coming a lot closer. And, I've kind of put myself in that position of thinking that time might be happening a lot sooner. I just hope, I'm ready when that conversation needs to happen. I just don't know if you guys are gonna be ready.
But Ahmed, you say about we have to let him go because he's we don't want.
I said we have to be ready. If essentially,
no, because he's Chelsea and all that, but it's not the same as Gallagher or Mason Mason.
I disagree with you.
It's about his ability and how good he is. That's why we don't want to lose him.
I disagree. For some people, I would disagree, Marshall.
No, because I like the fact, he came from Chelsea. It's not because of purely that.
Why I would say that for some people, bro, people love Gallagher for his ability, people love Mount for his ability, people love Ruben Loftus for his ability. Chalobah's another one.
Gallagher's ability, or would you say?
Yeah, people love for work. That's an ability,
But Reece James' ability is world class.
No. Yeah, but again, Chris, the argument you're making is you might say he's world class or not, but people love these players. The point, we're not talking about whether or not they're skill level. We're talking about what these guys were loved, and that's why I bring all these guys up, because they're all academy kids that came through our club and did what they did for us, whether we like them or not. You know what I mean? I know there's some people here who are anti-Gallagher's, anti-Mounters. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? If you know, you know.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? You know what I
really compare it.
You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? But the point, what I'm just trying to say.
I might want to leave too. So.
But the point I'm trying to make, Chris, I know I'm rambling a bit too much right now.
Yes.
We just got to eventually be ready for that time. And I think for me, in its current trajectory, that time is getting closer. All I'm asking is are you guys getting mentally prepared? Because I think, deep down, I'm a bit of a narcissist in it. I'm a bit more of a sort of guy that's listen, the world's going to end in a way. Who the hell cares? You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So I'm just saying, boys, I hope you guys are prepared, because that might be happening a lot sooner than people expect. That's all I'm saying.
To respond to that, deep down, you're not a narcissist. Openly, you're a narcissist. That's for one. Two, when you were talking about losing players and that, you said that you're used to you losing boys and getting over heartbreak. So interesting.
Okay.
But third of all,
equally, please.
No.
What do you mean by
seriously,
that?
no, seriously.
Yeah.
I agree with you on it, that there is going to Chelsea fans are eventually going to have to accept the reality of, because right now Chelsea fans are doing outrage, get rid of
Exactly.
Leeds, but they don't really, they don't truly mean it. They don't truly mean it. But eventually, we are going. I've accepted it. I've been accepted this for years, that we will have to get rid of him eventually. If this surgery doesn't work, we will have to get rid of him, and people will just have to accept it. And it's not going to be a Bowley getting rid of our academy thing. It's another academy guy that just hasn't worked out.
Exactly.
And it'll be sad because I actually like Reese, but it is what it is.
Final comments before I move on to the final three
Chris,
that I must keep on this show.
Final three.
So Chris, what are you not gonna say anything to my comment? I feel
Oh,
like
you
Chris fan now.
went off your comment about like
no, because like I feel like
it's not that bad because of like
no, because like I feel like Chris, I think out of all 5 of us right now, I think is the one that's most connected to Reece James. I'll probably say. I think that's fair to say.
I feel like I am like in a way. I've watched them in the championship, and I really like it.
That's why I'm saying, Chris. Like,
no, but like,
are you not?
The reason I liked him so much because how good he was, and he is very good. And no one can deny how good he is. And like when you mentioned Gallagher, Mason Mount, Ruben, they're not good enough.
No. The reason why I mentioned them was because we had to let go of those guys, whether or not they were good enough or not.
Yeah, no, there were different circumstances.
No, different circumstances.
And Mason Mount wants to leave, by the way.
But the point still stands in the sense that they got to let go, and it definitely, whether you lacking up for certain people in the fan base, for certain sections, it hurt them, right? I'm just saying, Chris, that trajectory for a different region might be happening out to Reece James in terms of obviously the injuries, right, guys? So like, I just hope you're ready, Chris, to come to acceptance when that time may be happening.
Also,
I'm quite patient with this. I'm going to see how it plays out as well.
Can I answer this as well, right? The other guys that we let go of, these academy bums, none of them have really done anything, really. Tamori's won a league title, but the rest of them have been bums. With Reece, I can almost guarantee he will go to Man City or Real Madrid or Bayern, and he will show everyone how good he truly is. So,
I think
either he'll work here or he'll work somewhere else. But I guarantee he will show people how good he truly
is. Scott, do you want to put your 2 cents in on that?
No, I agree. Like, I think the whole academy thing, I think, is a little bit different, or like the former academy players, because they had to leave for other reasons. I do agree in the sense, like, my thing with Reece, with this whole Reece thing, I said it on Lewis's channel and I said it earlier, like, I'm not going to talk too much about this whole Reece thing until we see what games he misses. Like, if we're still having this conversation, like, after the Tottenham game, for example, like, then we can have the conversation of, like, okay, like, maybe it is time to have this conversation. We're getting to the halfway point in the season. But, like, for all we know, he may just miss the Leicester game, and that's it. So that's what I'm just going to wait and see what happens. Because like, I've been on the side of, like, where Ahmed is, of, like, I even said, like, if he got one more serious hamstring injury, I was done with him.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he's got a serious hamstring injury, because apparently it's not serious, but we don't know. And that's all I have to, all we have to do is wait.
Yeah, and that's why...
Wait, halfway is 17 games, right?
No, 19.
No, 38. Half of 38 is 17.
19, bro.
There's 20, bro. There's 20 teams in the league. We can't play ourselves.
19.
19. Anyways, regardless,
we're approaching that fast.
Once we get to halfway, once we get to 19 games, then we can assess it, in my opinion.
Yeah, but that's kind of where I'm at too. I mean, I did say, and listen, this is the thing. I'm already counting my chickens before they hatch because I expect this injury to come back again later in the season. And it's going towards that projection where I said, like, Chris, did I say 75% of games or did I switch to 50? I think I ended up saying...
You, at the very start of the season, said 75. I think you may switch it to 50%. And I was always on, I'm fine with 50%. I don't care.
I remember it was Chris that said 50 to me last season.
Yeah, I was dead set on
that. We're already encroaching that 75% of games, right? So it's like, this is something that's going to keep happening. It's not going to go away. And it's just frustrating. Like, I'm not saying go this summer, but I'm thinking, like, it's time to start planning for the future. So I'm ready to, you know, part ways. And it hurts me because I really, really like Reece James as a player. I think he's phenomenal. And I want to have these conversations with other rival fans, like saying undisputed world-class right back. But I can't right now because he's not playing. And he's not even the same player he was.
You guys want to know what my wild take was going into the season?
Your wild take, and then I got to move on.
My wild take was Reece James will be player of the year.
That is a wild take.
Yeah, you see, that's what.
that
See,
was-
man.
I think I remember saying that.
Prime's on the whiskey, Irish whiskey. You know what I mean?
I'm not an alcoholic like you, though.
Mhm.
Anyway,
This obviously
damn.
these
Cheers, mate. Cheers, lads.
these next topics aren't as like engaging or as entertaining as the one that we just
Magic
had.
what, mushroom?
But I didn't say anything. I'm trying to move on. But
Yeah, pineapple,
this
man,
is
chill out.
something. This is something that correlates somewhat with what we were just talking about, which is, yeah, Scott, you might not like where it's coming from, but you know what? I like that he's saying it, and it's we're talking about the path, right? The Cobham Path. Apparently, there's no path to the first team from Cobham, and all this and that. Well, we saw what happened with Reese. We saw what happened with other players. We're seeing with Acheampong, with Tyreek George, there is somewhat of a path. They're given a chance. I think even in recent time, I think Maresca called up another youngster who just played against Noah. I forget his name already.
Raksaki, C1 Raksaki.
Thank you, Raksaki, right? So there is a path. And Alfie Gilchrist is here to tell you that there is a path. Alfie Gilchrist came out and said it was just the next step for me. Alfie Gilchrist came out and said it was just the next step for me. You know, there was a big squad at Chelsea. I wanted to play this season, and this is what I needed to do for myself. So far, it worked out to be the right decision. And then he also said here, you can see there's a pathway for the academy players because they're doing it now. You can name off the players that have come out of Chelsea's academy, not just playing for Chelsea, but elsewhere as well. Everyone knows what a good place it is there. And this is something that I think needs to be said, because I feel like a lot of people say, oh, there's no pathway for the youth, there's no pathway for the youngsters or Cobham graduates. Just because not all paths lead to Chelsea's first team doesn't mean you can't have a flourishing career being a Cobham graduate. Now, whether Alfie Gilchrist is going to have that career is yet to be seen. But if you want to look at other examples, Mason Mount goes off to Man United. Whatever you want to say about his form, the fact that
was
he...
the worst. You made the worst example you could possibly make.
But no, whatever you want to say about how he's been there, the fact that he came from Cobham and found another club to play at and gets a reasonable living, that's good for him. Gallagher, another one, at Atletico Madrid.
Mount and Gallagher.
Ian
Scott,
Madsen
remember
at Villa.
Scott, remember I said Marshall's having a stinker and hook string?
That is hilarious coming from my man having a hinker and a sinker. Wow. You know what? I'm done.
Try that
I'm
again.
done. After 3 hours, my brain doesn't work anymore. No, I'm not trying again. I'm just going to do this for myself. Hinker and sook. All right. We're done. Can you unfreeze your camera?
I'm not frozen.
You are.
You're not frozen and you're doing a bacon job.
Yeah, you're giving the maddest side, and you're frozen.
And you're talking about moving your lips. So
There you go.
Oh.
It was working for a bit. But anyways, yeah, I think it's good that Alfie Gilchrist came out and said this. I mean, it needs to be clarified. I know you don't care because it's coming from Alfie Gilchrist.
No,
but
like, the thing is,
go ahead.
right, when it comes to Cobham, I said this earlier, like Cobham as a academy is very good in terms of the players they produce are at a certain base level. Like when it comes to quantity and to a lesser extent quality, but not the type of quality that I really look for, Cobham is the best. Like there are Cobham players playing all over the Premier League, playing all over like the Championship as well, right?
Mhm.
Even outside of England as well.
I mean, if this is true, that's incredible to see.
Oh, that
17
wouldn't,
Cobham
it wouldn't
graduates.
surprise me. Like it genuinely wouldn't surprise me. But like,
There's a Cobham player in just about every team.
I
in
think
the
so, yeah.
league.
I
Man
think that's
City, like the top 6 teams. Man City have Ake, Man United have Mount, Arsenal have Rice if he counts as an academy product.
There's a lot.
yeah, like, but that's the thing, right? So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so like there is a baseline. This whole thing, by the way, about pathway. Again, for me, that's two different conversations. Gilchrist talking about pathway and all this nonsense. He doesn't make the team if it wasn't for Poch last season. Poch was just stupid nonsense, picking a youth player every week. It was a lottery. It was like, who's going to be the token youth player on the bench this week? But in terms of pathway into the first team, no, there isn't really a pathway into the first team for most youth players, because this is my issue with Cobham. The quality of players we are producing is not better than what we already have, for the most part. Now it's a little bit different, but like for the most part, the level of players we're producing in Cobham is good enough to play for a Brentford or a Southampton or an Ipswich or a Brighton. It's not really good enough to play for Chelsea on a consistent basis. Like Gilchrist, for example. Gilchrist is doing really well at Sheffield United apparently this season. I think I watched like 2 or 3 games. Should have got sent off in 1 game because he still behaves like a crackhead, but whatever. He's never making it at Chelsea in this team, ever.
True, but the thing is, Scott, if you're of the level, if you're a Christensen, a Reese, if you're Josh Acheampong, even Livramento, there was a pathway for him, but he chose to leave. Like, if you're of an actual level, Colwell, we will give you that pathway.
I agree, and that's what I was going to get to. Is like, yeah, as long as you're of a certain level, the pathway will be there for like Colwell, James, Acheampong, for example, if he's on the goddamn contract. Livramento, a little bit less of a pathway, but I think they still would have integrated him in the team that season. And people like that, and like even Mount, for example, I don't rate him as a player, but at the time, like coming off of the loans, especially from Vitesse, and even at Derby, even though I don't think it was as good as he was at Vitesse, like he was looking as though, okay, there can be a place for him in this team as part of the squad, because our midfield was looking a bit meh and a bit bare.
I remember that January, Sarri wanted to sign Nico Barella and Haisaj to bring in, and Marina said no because of how well Mount was doing and how well Reece James was doing at Wigan.
To be fair as well, reportedly the 2 players that Sarri would have brought in would have been Reece and Mount, apparently. Like, they were 2 guys he wanted to take a look at in pre-season.
But that January we needed players desperately because we only had 3 midfielders, and our right back was Aspie, who was old.
No, we had 4. We had 4 midfielders.
Oh, well, Ampadu, okay, yeah.
No, we had Barkley.
Okay.
Yeah, we had Barkley, and then like Kovacic, Kante, and Jorginho. I think we had another one. That was the season Ruben came through as well. So we had Ruben.
I forgot about him as well. I meant quality midfielders, but yeah, okay.
No, Ruben was, and I think that's the thing. Ruben's another one where like the quality was there and there was the pathway. It's just injuries fucked him up.
And also, I do think some of our academy players, some of them we have failed. Gilmore, we failed him.
Yes.
We didn't give him a chance, yeah.
We failed Gilmore.
Guys, we didn't fail Gilmore. We failed Gilmore. What I mean by that, what I'm about to say is that we didn't fail Gilmore. Thomas Tuchel.
Can I finish first?
Thomas Tuchel failed Gilmore.
Yes, but I think the club could have beaten that.
I finish. I believe we failed Gilmore. I believe we also failed Ampadu as well.
My Welsh would put it.
Like, there are certain players that we
failed Ampadu.
Okay, no one cares about you. There are certain players that we have given too many chances to that didn't deserve them. And there's other players that we didn't give enough of a chance to.
Can I ask you a question, Marshall? Prime, yeah? What is Ampadu at right now?
I didn't ask you a question. I didn't ask a question.
He's playing for Leeds. Well, he's injured.
He's playing for Leeds right now at Championship side. We did not feel that, brother, respectfully. I think, listen, I know I used to cuss out Gilmore for fun a lot of the time. But if we're being honest, I agree with Scott in the sense that how we allowed Tuchel to do, my guy Gilmore, was not right. I'll be real. That one for sure is kind of like, we've kind of got a little bit of blood in our hands, because I feel like right now in our squad, Gilmore could have actually been a solid, at least player, if not a backup for us in this team. I'll be real. At least with Gilmore, I get that. I think of Livramento, I think I feel we kind of failed Livramento in the sense that we should have really said that it's going to be Reece James and you. You know what I mean? I think the issue was because I think at the time Livramento was there, if I'm not mistaken, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, we also had Aspie in the team, correct?
No.
Aspie was still...
Aspie was old and was going to be phased out, and Reece James was injury prone.
I don't know about that.
No.
Livramento left because he wanted to be the guaranteed starter.
Yeah, like I agree with that. I think the thing is like we don't know what Tuchel would have done. I think there probably would have been chances to play, but I don't know how many because Tuchel just loved Aspi. Like he was just enamored by Aspi. But just going back to like what I was saying quickly, like as I said, the pathway is there 100%. I just don't think the quality is there, and I think most of these guys, like even the guys that have come through and look half decent, like Golding, I thought when he came on against Preston was good, like was decent, but ultimately he's never playing for Chelsea. He's getting sold. Like go back and look at guys like the youth academy players that we actually miss in this team. Like we don't really miss Hall because he doesn't start. Like I think he's a good player. We don't miss him. I don't think we miss Livramento. We probably miss because I do think he can do the inverting thing because he's done that this season for Newcastle. But I think that's probably a little bit of hindsight. Like we didn't know he could do this. We don't miss Mount. We don't miss.
Wait, just let's go finish. Let's go finish real quick.
I'm just going from this list, for example. We don't miss Mount. We don't miss Solanke. We miss Ake, but I think again that's like come with time more than anything. Gurhi's an on the fence one for me. I'm not sure. I think he's probably better than quite a few we have, but whether he's good enough to be what we need is an issue. Matson, we don't miss. Again, it's like Hall. I think he's a good player, but just we have guys in front of him. Don't miss Brozier. We don't miss Cho. We don't miss Lamptey. We don't miss Rice. We don't miss Nketiah. We don't miss Chalobah. Well, again, Chalobah's like a Gurhi one, and we don't miss Aina. Like, we don't miss these guys.
But again, like, also with some of these players, if we had kept them and used them, we wouldn't have signed other ones. So, like, for example, Ake, if Conte had used Ake, we wouldn't have needed to sign Rudiger. And look what Rudiger went on to do with us to win the Champions League. Guehi, if we had used Guehi, Chalobah wouldn't have got the pathway to come through. Cho's a bomb, he can jump off a cliff. If we had used Lamptey...
Guehi and Chalobah are like poor right now, no guys?
If we had kept Lamptey, Livramento definitely wouldn't have had any sort of pathway. Anyways.
That's true.
If we had kept Livramento, we would not have bought Gusto. And I believe Gusto and Livramento are like, yeah, they're on par, to be fair, in my opinion.
I think Gusto's a bit better.
Declan Rice can jump off a cliff. Ola Aina was that Conte season again. If we had kept Ola Aina, we wouldn't have had to buy Zabacosta. So
big up Zabacosta Nation, man. Zabacosta Nation, man. If you know, you know.
Oh, of course you rate Zabacosta.
I'm just trolling, man. It's not always it's not always that deep, man. But like, you know, like if you actually look at like the guys they're looking at right now, I feel Livramento has turned out to be quite a talented guy, even after having that really big ACL injury that he had.
That's true.
I think Gurhi is not someone I would be taking at this football club. Chalobah's not someone I would be taking at this football club. If you look at what's going on right now with Crystal Palace, let's be realistic, boys, right? Because that's their starting defenders. Honestly, Madison's interesting, bro. You know, I don't know what's going on with my bro. He just does not play for Aston Villa. You know what I mean? He just never plays.
Which is like Aston Villa, but he's a backup player.
No, but what
he gets stuff on
yes, but that's the point I'm trying to make, Prime. Like, as in, like, he doesn't. Bro, he's not like a certified starter like the others. So
yeah, but that's my point. That's what I just said. He's a backup player.
But I feel like he's maybe I've got rose tinted glasses in here. I thought it was a bit more better. I seen David Farr mention Tammy Abraham. I think Tammy Abraham is a certified mid-table talent, as I've said before. That's what he is. The certified mid-table talent.
I'm not gonna lie. You're the type of guy that would rate Tammy.
No, I don't rate Tammy. I maintain that I just think he's a mid-table striker. That like I think those years at Aston Villa hurt his progression because all he's able to these days is just be a mid-table striker.
So Tammy is a mid-table striker, but actually, different question. Ahmed, how many games of Man United have you watched this season in the Prem?
Quite a bit, I would say. Quite a bit.
Okay. Give me an only Prem only. What is Dallow's Premier League rating out of 10?
Why are we talking about Dallow here? I'm confused.
Answer my question.
I don't know, bro. Like, I'll probably say
let's not stray too far.
I'll probably say Prime. I'll probably say 7 out. I'll probably say 7 out of 10 Prime. You know what I mean? 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 Prime. 7 out of 10 Prime. Like, I think he's probably been their best players. So
Dallo that you believe is world class has not been better than Reece James. Fair enough.
Oh, Jesus
You know what,
Christ.
man? At least you can play games,
Bro,
Prime.
why are we
You know
going
what I
back to
mean?
the well again?
And Prime, at least you can play. But anyway,
Let's not do
like guys,
this.
let's move on. Like again, you know, Broha is not even still not fit enough to start for Everton.
Bro, he
Bro, I
hasn't
forgot.
started for Everton yet.
Yeah, he's
Bro,
not fit enough.
good enough.
He's
It's
not fit
insane.
enough, Marshall. He's
I
not
can't
fit
remember
enough
what
right
stream
now.
I was on. I
not
said
good
this on
enough
a
either.
stream the other day. It might have been one of the casually ones. I saw a picture of him
Yeah.
during the international break of like him in an Everton top and completely forgot he moved on
Yeah.
to Everton.
Exactly.
I forgot too.
Chose-
It's
not-
insane.
It's not permanent, is it? It's his loan.
No,
It's a loan, but I
it's
think
a
there's
loan.
an option.
Yeah.
Point
I
being
thought
though
you
is there like
I
we don't
thought
have
you
to go
wanted
through every
to-
academy project, but point being every academy prospect, but like point being is that like regardless of what people say about the Cobham Academy, there is still a path to success from that Cobham Academy, and we're seeing it with players. They don't always make it to Chelsea because to
Stop
be
defending
honest,
the owners, Marshall, man.
Wow.
Stop defending the owners, man. Always doing
No.
owner defense league, man. Stop the ownership defense, man.
anyways, so point being is that they still go on to have successful careers. They don't make it at Chelsea, which sure, making it at Chelsea isn't easy. It's not supposed to be easy. You're not supposed to be guaranteed a spot at Chelsea,
And
which is why
realistically-
Livermento ended up leaving anyways, and Lemty ended up leaving. Look who he had in front of him. So that being said, it's one of those things that, you know what? I'm glad Alfie Gilchrist came out and said that. I'm glad he understands that maybe it won't work out at Chelsea, but look, I'm doing this for this team, and it's helping me out, and maybe potentially I can see myself being in another club. Real Madrid.
But also, can I just say, Cobham is,
Yeah.
in terms of developing a player to play at a high level, like
Yeah.
top 5 leagues, it's one of the best academies in the world.
Yeah, it's. I would say it's up there with La Masia with
It's
Barcelona.
like, yeah, like if you have Cobham, like graduating from Cobham, it's like saying you graduated from Harvard.
It's like job
a
security,
guarantee.
man.
Bro, it's a guarantee on your CV.
Oh, I
I know.
graduated from Cobham. Oh,
It's
what a
like
game
job
changer.
security.
What a game changer. What a
Cobham
game
is
changer.
But-
like
man.
Harvard, it's like Oxford. It's a guarantee to get a
Mhm.
chance at a big. Well, I say big
I
club.
agree.
Like
No, I agree. We've seen
Mate,
it. It's been tried and proven. But speaking of tried and proven, I do want to segue over to this rumor that happened and was kind of shut down pretty immediately. And I kind of want to ask you guys if it's a lost opportunity or not. And
Yeah.
it has to do with Jonathan Tah. So earlier during the international break, we had rumors from the Caught Offside, which is a publication that Fabrizio collaborates with. Chelsea are understood to be leading the race for the potential signing of Bayern Leverkusen center back Jonathan Tah after entering into an active negotiation over the deal. And then shortly afterwards, we hear from Bobby Vincent that Chelsea are not in talks with Jonathan Tah. Now, I know some of you guys have been advocating for Jonathan Tah, and I ask, is this a lost opportunity? Are we making a mistake by not trying to go
No.
for Jonathan Tah?
Yes.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
I think
I'll be honest. We are not. This season has been considerably a lot poorer than he was the season before. So we're not. Listen, we're good, man. We good.
You said yes, Scott.
Yes, we are. Because like he's better than what we have, much better. He was part of a title-winning team. Like he has the experience. He might be performing worse than he did last year, but he was part of a team that went unbeaten. So like, obviously he's could probably be worse. And I think he improves our team ultimately.
But by the way, Ahmed, everyone in that team's probably performing pretty much worse than they did last season.
No,
anyway.
no. Yeah, listen.
Like Frimpong is not as good.
No.
I mean,
I
he's
get
still
what you, I
good,
get.
but
I get what you mean, Chris.
Then
But
he
like,
was
the tar,
unreal.
but like the
Yeah.
Tar drop off has been quite bad in my personal opinion. And the thing is, funnily enough, with Tar, before what's it called? Alonso came in. He was not rated as well, by the way. Before Alonso came in, he was not one of those guys that was highly rated as well. So for me personally, it's not a missed opportunity. I think there's quite a good market right now for centre backs that we can
Experience ones, right?
Yes,
There's not a
I
good
would say that.
market.
Because I don't want
Ahmed,
you to say
I
he's the
disagree.
other one.
I think there's a high quality available.
Ahmed, do you know who you're describing, by the way?
Who?
You're describing Christensen and Rudiger. They weren't
The
highly
difference-
favored before.
No.
Okay.
But I think the difference I would say to that Prime is that I think even after that big season they had, they were still consistent, and they were still very good. The issue with him is that he's had like a bad drop off, bro. Like he's almost gone back to like back to his certain prime, if that makes sense, bro.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you, Marshall, for the little backing. But like listen again, guys. Yeah, I think there's a lot of younger names. There are a lot more high quality out there. Again, I was gonna say again, my boy, in RB Leipzig, the French one, as I like to call him, Lukeva. You know what I mean? I would want to bring him to the squad. I think the club. Listen, we need to also realize the club are dick riding Thomas Araujo, whether we like it or not, from Benfica. So we know he's coming. I don't know what happened to Diamande Nation. You know what I mean? I know the club were, the club were in the sheets with that guy, bro. They were watching him every day. They were doing, They were doing They were doing a Pornhub watch along, trying to read. They literally had scouts at this guy's game every single game last season. Am I lying, boys, bro? You know what I mean? Am I lying, guys? Like, we've had the reports, yeah.
What you're saying is, Diamande Nation is another nation of yours that started.
No, yeah, because he's not gone anywhere. The club still was interested in him, no?
But he died.
I haven't heard any links for Diamande since the summer.
Maybe Ahmed has.
No, there's been links. It's just that
if anything, he's gonna go to United now.
Nah, I don't think
happen, bro. What is this, bro? What is this obsession, man, with fucking youngsters?
No, bro, well, listen, I'm sorry. Listen, I think the reality, Scott. Yeah, you need to realize, boy, Marshall. Yeah, sorry. You need to realize, Scott, bro. They like them young. They don't like them old anymore, man. You know,
they're not serious, and they're not serious.
They're doing the DiCaprio thing.
Too many young.
And they're not serious.
Ahmed. So what you're saying is they're doing the certified lover boy certified. Never mind.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Certified PDF file. That's what they do.
Yeah, they're not like us.
They're not like us, bro.
Let's have it right.
Bro, they're not
That's
serious.
crazy. We should not have used that soundboard for that sort of thing.
It's been a while, man. My fingers are getting rusty.
Not him, though. Not the rest of the
He's
fraud.
You told to piss off, mate.
You didn't even realize. You're actually a crook, Marshall, bro.
Hey, listen, man. I do what I do.
Let me hear
after
you
3
say,
hours, it's casually after dark.
Hey, let me hear you say, people.
But what were we saying about Diamande?
Barely.
I mean, what about a shout for? I know Ahmed wouldn't want him back, but I'll ask Scott.
Yes.
Christensen.
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Put the fries in the fucking bag, bro. This guy barely plays. What are we doing, man?
You know, he was Barcelona's best centre back last season, by the way.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Listen, let's put the fries in the bag, bro.
He was Barcelona's best centre
How
back
old
last
is
season.
he, actually? How
He's
old is he?
28, 9.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, dude, bring him back,
27.
please.
There you go.
Ahmed,
No, Ahmed likes him young.
No.
Ahmed just likes him
Ahmed,
young.
what did you say was Lukeba's nickname that you call him?
The
French
French one. The French one.
How long did he come up with that?
Yeah, Tosin's 27. I feel like they would go for Christensen on a free.
1 second, bro. 1 second, bro. 1 second. I'll be real, boys. I'll be real. Christiansen.
Oh, but you did lay off the young players, man.
Christiansen, bro. Nah, man. That ain't it, y'all, man. That ain't it, y'all, man.
He's expired,
You know what I
you're
mean?
saying.
You know what I mean? He might turn out to look like Gundogan, bro, in the league, bro.
There
You know
is
what?
no way Saliba will go to Chelsea. There's no way.
Nah. Well, no.
There's no way.
Fame-
There's no way that you rate some of the players you do, and you like are turning down Christensen, man.
Yeah, I don't
What
get
about
that.
Rudiger, Ahmed? Are you turning
It's
down?
hard.
The
Rudiger?
reason why I've turned on Christensen too. Christensen obviously has some sort of abdominal issue. That's why he's usually. I remember like when he has. Like you know that thing that he has where where he's got a little bit of stomach pain, stuff like that.
Ahmed.
You know what I mean, right? You know what I mean, boys. You know what I mean. He's
You're
got a
not
bit of
serious,
stomach pain. I'm being serious, Chris. Chris, have you not heard? Christensen's got a stomach bug.
Like,
got this.
we didn't really.
You know what I mean?
How often do you hear it? Like what? Once or twice? You ain't serious.
I'm not being serious. For stating the truth.
I say bring back Danish Maldini on a free,
Guys.
and he's 28, which we got Tosin at 27 on a free. It's the owners would do it.
Listen,
He
Christensen,
He
he's
comes
not
in
coming
as
on a free.
immediately our best centre back by a mile.
If we kept
Yeah,
Christensen,
well,
A
listen.
ball playing center back at that, by the way.
yeah, what Enzo Maresca would love.
Yeah. Sets the tempo of the
Respectfully,
game.
not
Stop
taking
young
stomach
nonsense.
advice
We
from
need
you.
these experienced
Danish
players.
Maldini, yeah, you know this too. This is your
Damn.
guy. This guy every free game has got a stomach bug or something, you know, in his abdominal region. That's all I'm saying. Come on.
This man.
No,
All right.
he missed the FA Cup final with that, bro. These people have forgotten
What,
this or
you-
something.
Yeah, but he also stepped up in the Champions League final when Thiago Silva came.
Yeah,
off
when he
injury.
came on, yeah.
I'll be real, boys. Christensen,
Oh,
put the bag in the fries, bro. Man.
Also,
You know what I mean?
comment.
Don't go
Back
back
in the prize. Hang on, no. We're not.
Put the bag in
Put
the-
the bag in the prize.
Exactly. You know That's the point I'm trying to make, boys.
yeah.
When I say that,
Oh,
remember
man.
when I said if we get rid of Reece, we need to replace him with a world class player that's a leader. Christensen matches that.
Christensen's not a leader as well.
okay. As a
No,
leader,
yeah,
I
I
don't know
think
about
he's a
that.
leader. I think he's a leader too.
Actually,
No.
is he a captain for Denmark?
Man said,
He's one of-
sorry.
he's one of
Man
them.
said he's not a leader. He came on
He
in a
is a leader.
Champions League final for Thiago Silva and was a leader. What the fuck are
He's
we
not a leader,
talking
man.
I don't know. I don't know about a leader. Hold on.
I'm not
Guys,
saying like
you know he's been part of the leadership group for Denmark since like forever.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think he is a captain for
Leadership,
Denmark now.
leadership group. See that, guys? Yeah, look. Deep it, boys.
What?
Yeah, leadership group. I mean, leadership group. You know what I mean? There we go.
Every
You're-
club has a
you're-
leader. Every team has a leadership.
Yeah, I would take back Danish Maldini in a heartbeat.
oh, but
Yeah.
you're on something. You're on something.
Especially in the
Listen,
free. I
listen,
feel like, come on.
First game of the season, yeah, when he
Right.
gets cooked, yeah, and gets rinsed and repeated, yeah. I want Marshall and Scott to talk to me about leader legend.
How old
He's
is
legend
Laporte?
captain.
He's younger than Laporte. And
I
Ruben
take- I-
Diaz
I
is
would
potentially going on a
100%,
free. We don't know, but
take,
I mean,
Christensen.
So-
So,
I would take even Ruben Diaz or Andreas
Oh, yeah.
Christensen. They're if they go on a free, we got Tosin on a free.
Marshall,
we need.
You know
how
at
do you
that
know
age,
Marshall, do you know
there's
who
a
else
sample
is
size to show that they would go for them. But go
linked-
ahead, Prime. So,
you know who else is linked to Jonathan Tah? Barcelona. They're heavily linked to him. So, and also, the reason why I know about this Christensen stuff is because apparently in January they are at risk of registering him or Olmo, and they just signed Olmo in the summer, so it looks like Christensen will leave. And now they want Tah. It makes sense for us to go for Christensen. We should go for Christensen because bars from Man United, they're linked to Christensen now as well.
I think Danish Maldini is spamming the
can't lie.
100 in the chat.
This would feel like David Luiz again, like how we got him back, man. I would love that. I'd love that.
Yeah.
Guys, I'll be real. Listen, we need to stop going back to our exes, bro. Stop it, bro. You know what I mean?
Also,
I know.
You'd like to go for the young ones, we know.
No, I'm just saying, go for something new, bro. It can be 28 years old, 29, 30, 31. I'm just saying, just don't bring back your ex, innit?
sure.
No,
Listen,
but it's not the same.
listen. I know the coochie can be good sometimes with your ex.
Yeah,
but
like
it's
you
not always
cheating
that.
on us or
It's
something,
always
man.
like that, bro. You know what I mean?
Christ.
Yeah,
What do you mean
he's
by that?
cheating on us, it's not the same.
Christensen can play. Christensen can play in midfield, by the way. So instead of, you know how Maresca likes to do this inverted fullback.
Yes.
Instead of inverting the fullback, you can do what Pep does at City, where one of the centre backs steps into the midfield.
Oh, the John Stones role, pretty much.
Christensen can do that perfectly. He's played in midfield enough times for Denmark, for Barcelona. He played in midfield last season. He played in midfield for Mönchengladbach as well. It's only Chelsea he's not played in midfield at yet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, I'd be all for it. I think there's an opportunity for either him or Ruben Diaz, depending on the contract situations. And it's looking likely that Christensen is on his way out of Barcelona, and he's going to need a home. And I would not mind bringing him back to Chelsea. That's just me.
We'll make you a banner, Christensen. Don't
Also,
worry.
Yeah.
also bring him back and make him vice captain, please. I cannot have that be Enzo anymore.
Oh yeah, he could easily be it. He could be captain. But obviously, Free Saint playing that game.
Okay, let's actually go on to the final topic, and we'll finally end the show.
Final topic.
This is the final one. Just because these are things like I can't let them go past this show, because otherwise I lose it.
Marshall, is Liam Delap on that list?
No.
We're linked to him.
Fuck Liam
No.
Delap.
But if we are linked to him, I'll cover it next show. We're gonna do another show on Sunday, anyways. Anyways, let's go ahead into the final topic, like I said, and that's going to be the big one in the title that I didn't get a chance to talk about, which was Noni Madueke upset, apparently, right? So, as most of us, well, I wanted to bring it up sooner, but I mean, that's, some things don't work out the way I want it to.
Stop sending Ahmed the link then.
Yeah,
Ahmed just crushed it here, man.
I mean, to be fair, it was a whole lot of Reece James, but that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. It was a good, not that long, but let's go ahead and bring this up. So apparently, Noni Madueke walked straight down the tunnel after being subbed off against Arsenal. People made a huge fiasco about it. And it, in a certain light, it did look really bad, right? Obviously, we know we've been critical of his performances recently. He hasn't scored a goal since, I think it was Nottingham Forest. And so, people have been really critical of why he's in the starting lineup. We continue on. Enzo Maresca on Noni Madueke's reaction after being subbed off. The problem is that when you change a player, they're never happy. We changed him. It's not only about Noni, it's about all the players. In that moment, we thought in a different way that Pedro with Timber would be more aggressive. And I guess after this, like, Enzo Maresca kind of solidifies that, yeah, Noni's upset. And it is what it is. Like, he was aware of the issue, excuse me. So then, a few days ago, Noni's having an interview, and he comes out and he says, I literally went down the tunnel to go to the toilet, and I came back 30 seconds later. If you watch a lot of games, when I come off, I always go straight down the tunnel and go to the toilet. It's nothing major at all. And I don't know. This is where I pass the question off to you guys. Do you think he's full of shit, or do you think he genuinely just... Is this even a big deal? Is the other question, really. But I wanted to end it on this, too. A positive note for Noni, because I know people have been really critical of him. Chelsea duo Cole Palmer and Noni Madueke have created more chances for each other than any other pair of teammates in the Premier League so far this season. So that's a good stat to know. And honestly, it might be something that people are overlooking, which is maybe why Noni starts.
Yes.
All right. I need to start on this one. Because obviously this is my guy, Madueke.
Can I just quickly say before you go, Ahmed? Did you enjoy your chicken and chips?
It was actually just chicken. I cooked some chicken. Was it called? And then I came on to stream, so I was a bit starving still. Because today was my last day. Today was my last day of my job in it. You know what I mean? So it's like, after this I can relax for a whole month. I've got a whole month off. So I had to celebrate today.
Man quit his job. The YouTube money's gone to his head. I hear it.
No, I haven't quit my job. I've got 1 month off because the last 2 weeks, bro, I've been crashing out, bro. I've been sleeping midday at times, bro. That's how much work I've been having to finish off. Because in December, my job doesn't do that much work after in December. We actually take a bit of a break in December, so it's a good thing for me. But anyway, boys, listen, I think this stupid gimmick online and stuff like that, it's getting people to, I think, hate Madueke, in my personal opinion. Exactly, bro. And I think for me, but it really does annoy me. They be saying, was it? Oh, you better let one demand him. That's basically how they say it. You know what I mean? Obviously, that actually hurt my throat to say it like that. Pause, but that was crazy. But that's what they want to do in it. Yeah.
What did you say?
You see the way I said demand him. They like how they say, oh, he's trying to demand him. You know what I mean? Have you not watched any of their TikToks, bro? When they talk about Madueke? See, that's what I'm saying. Prime's moist, bro. You see, this is what I'm saying.
No.
Huh?
I don't. The pitch you're talking in, I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't understand either.
I know.
I was saying, the accent that they tried to use, where they tried to say mandamin, if that makes sense.
I don't know about that accent. Okay.
Listen, that's all I'm gonna say. If you know, you know. You know what I'm talking about.
I
But
know
like,
about the man. I know about the Mandem like trend on TikTok.
yeah,
of
which is
Madueke.
like, yes, Amber was just using a certain types of accent that tried to do it. That's what I was trying to make, bro. But
Okay.
alas, like the point I'm just trying to make is that you got the stupidity stuff that's going through, and then obviously there was some other stuff that's happened, obviously on Instagram and stuff like that. It's building up this thing of like, oh, Madueke's the bad egg, you know what I mean? Because he's doing all this weird, all this stuff here, and everything like that. He's a bad apple, he's a bad egg of the team and stuff like that. And listen, for all we know, yeah, he may be going in and out, yeah, of them after the game, particularly at home, down the tunnel and stuff like that. And the fact they had to come out to explain that, for me, it's kind of disrespectful, bro. You know what I mean? Like, and I think for me, a big issue that we have in this modern age is that we love to stir up drama. We love to have nothing, and that's what we kind of do in Madueke. And I think it just makes it worse when people are trying to make stuff about him to make him look
Isn't
like
that
a bad.
what you do about Reece James?
Not really. I never do that about Reece James. I try to be as objective as possible. I don't cuss out Reece James like that, bro. I'm not you, Prime.
To be devil's advocate, and listen, to make my point, to make my side on this really clear, I do stand on the fact that I do think this is a misunderstanding in the media blowing up on Noni for no reason. But to play devil's advocate here, Noni has had a bit of a past where he has found himself in situations where he's gotten a little bit of trouble. Like when he was injured and he went out to the club and was caught at the club despite being injured.
Oh wow!
Like there's like a little bit of a history there, and I think he did something else too. I can't remember what was the other.
Donald Trump's America, boys. Donald Trump's America, right here, boys. You know what I mean?
No, what was the other thing he did? He did something else that was like it rubbed Chelsea fans the wrong way. I just can't remember. Oh, the whole penalty fiasco too.
Oh, that.
That was another thing too. That like it does kind of put you in somewhat of a negative light, right?
All right. Marshall, can we listen? Go ahead. I'll let you
go ahead, Scott.
I actually agree with Ahmed on this, and I've maintained this position, and it's why I defend Madueke so much. Mm-hmm. It's not because I necessarily rate him as a player. Like I think he's better than people made him out to be. Like the last couple of seasons, but like the reason I defend him as much as I do at times is because he gets so much unnecessary hate, like all the time for everything he does. Like it's it's what it's got to. It's got to the point where it's like, it's not just a case, like you're not just criticizing him as a player anymore. We've gone past that with Madueke. It's everything. Like everything about him at this point, it feels like he's getting targeted for. And obviously people aren't going at him for certain things, like obviously his race isn't being targeted, at least from what we've seen. And stuff like that. But I mean it in a sense of like, it doesn't matter what he does. Like he could literally he could fart on the bench or something and he'd be cussed out on Twitter. Like he could do anything, just the most harmless of things, and just gets cussed out for no reason. And I'm kind of sick of it. And this is another thing of like, this is something that is such a non-story. Like there's nothing to this. He walked, because like there's even been people that went to the game that were there that have backed up Madueke in terms of like he was literally gone for like 30 seconds and then was back on the bench.
Didn't he go to the toilet?
That's what he was literally like. Yeah, he was literally like he went down the tunnel.
Hold his pissing, I guess.
Yeah, they don't know what he did, obviously, because but he went down the tunnel and was like back within like 30 seconds to a minute. He was back on the bench. That's all it is, and it's like it feels like everything that he does gets criticized to the nth level. Like he gets scrutinized more than any other player, and I don't understand it. I don't understand why he keeps getting it more than anyone else.
You know what it is, bro? I said this before, man. You got these stupid Twitter fans doing all this stuff and like, oh, he doesn't speak, proper. You know what I mean? He's speaking in the street. That's what it is, bro. I'll be all honest.
Really?
That I think it plays a.
That's so
Marshall.
No, I agree,
bro. It's big fly. Plays a big fly.
Marshall, do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the way that United fans used to treat Martial, because the fact of like he had resting bitch face. They used to say, "Oh, he doesn't care." He walks around like he doesn't care. My man just has a resting bitch face. That's all it is.
But like
it's the same thing with Noni. Like he has this weird gimmick. Like it's not a gimmick, but like he has this weird stereotype around him that he's this like selfish player. He's like very egotistical, all about himself, and it's like I don't understand where this comes from. The only thing I can think of is the whole penalty incident, But like
Yeah.
outside
But
of
then why
that,
do we criticize Jackson, guys? You know what
I
confusing
don't-
is, yeah? We talk
Yeah,
about Madueke.
Jackson was part of that
No
too.
one criticizes Jackson for it. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
like,
It's very interesting, bro. That's what
Jackson. But it's
Jackson
because
is criticized for other
because
things.
Jackson did get criticized and Jackson's been performing. But when Madueke, I don't believe Madueke is selfish. Just like I don't believe that Felix is selfish. I think they just have poor decision making.
Well, I mean, even like if I'm speaking like off of the pitch, right? Like the character, based on what I've seen of Noni, he seems like such a charming character that gets along with everyone in the locker room. Like he seems like genuinely a really nice guy to hang out with. He'll have a laugh with you. He'll spend time with you. Like he'll get to know you. Like he seems like a good lad. Like he's got a good head on his shoulders. Yeah, he's young. He's made some mistakes in terms of like where to go, public mistakes, pretty much, right? Like the publicity shit. Obviously, you need to look like a professional on and off the thing at this point of the job. I get that. He's young. He's gonna do dumb things. Like that's why I don't rag on him. Real quick, Prime. That's why I don't rag on him for the whole being caught at the at the club or the penalty thing. Like this happens in young.
No
players.
one's talking about the party stuff, Marshall. No one's.
No,
but they were.
I'm just saying these are things that add to the narrative that these people want to put out, that he's selfish, he's not playing for the club, or yada yada, he's a bad character in the locker room. Like I don't think so. When you listen to him speak, he's just a young guy and like he gets along with everyone.
yeah, but
And he
that's,
speaks well.
No, but Marshall, you don't get why they all think that way. Just be honest about what it is. It's because he's a black guy and he's not from Cobham. Because what you said about how you think he's a charming, like
I don't know about
Marshall,
that.
not so much. You said he's a charming, likable character. They said the same about Mason Mount. He's a charming, likable character. They said that Ben Chilwell, fair enough, is not from Cobham, but he's a white Englishman. He was seen as a charming, lovable character. The antics, quote unquote, that Madueke does off the pitch, Mount and Chilwell do quite similar. I'll be real, but because with Madueke, he's doing it in like fancy cars. He has a bandana and he's listening to like drill music or grime music or whatever, and he's not white. He's seen as a problem.
I mean,
that's the whole point. That's
Go
the
ahead,
whole point I was
Scott.
talking about Prime. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
I do think that there is an element of that think into it. Not necessarily saying that like people are outwardly being like targeting him because of that. I think it's like a subconscious thing.
I could see that. Yeah.
I think unfortunately that's the way this country is at times, where it's like, I'm not saying that's just, and as I said, like, I don't think that's the sole reason, obviously.
I didn't say it's the sole reason, Dark, because I agree Madueke has been playing badly, and I've been critical of him too, but like,
I think it's a factor. It definitely is a factor. I'll give you that.
There's definitely fans out there.
There are people who go to the extreme, like what Ahmed said about this whole Mandem FC, Madueke, the leader of Mandem FC. Like, that thing is an extreme. Like, RSN
you know what? No, you know what, Prime? I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're absolutely right, because there was that post earlier in the season where this guy made a whole video. Okay, I see where you're coming from.
You say
that
it's not the only thing. Like, I could probably send it.
I was speaking. Can I finish?
Oh my god, you're always speaking, man. You've been speaking, bro. Like, let's go, man. Always talking,
Go,
bro.
let Prime speak.
Get out, mate. You know what I mean?
And then
tired,
I want to
man.
hear Scott and Ahmed. What do you think, bro? I've been here for 4 hours, bro. You just got here like 45 minutes.
I'm sick
ago.
of Prime, man. I can't stand Prime for 1 hour, man. Get him out of it.
Oh, man. Prime has
Go
to
ahead, Prime.
I think Prime's lagging.
No, I'm just bypassing them.
Look at Prime. He's doing a biblical promise. I saw on the Holy Bible. Yada yada yada. Literally, that's what he's doing. Look at it.
Your camera's stuck again, Prime. Come on, let the man finish his point so we can wrap this up.
Anyways, like what I was saying about the whole racism element, and I'm not saying people are like outwardly being racist towards him or whatever, but like there is an undertone towards it, because again, you said the charming stuff. People said the same thing about Chilwell and Mount, but because one is seen as a geezer, and the other guy is seen as a thug that wears bandanas and listens to drill music, and he acts or wants to be part of a gang, quote unquote, Mandem FC. Like, look at the way on TikTok, the way they talk about Madueke, Fafana, the Sassy, Badi Ishil, Jackson, Gusto, the way they talk about our players, our black players, as opposed to our white players. It's completely night and day.
Dreads FC, man.
But yeah, Ahmed, you can go.
No, like the point I was just making, like I think Prime kind of pretty much, but like there is this big thing here about like, you know, I don't know how to say this like in the right way, but almost like, oh, you know, this is blackification of Chelsea. I've seen this, like that's the best term I can really use. Yeah, is that literally? Yeah, because like you will hear a lot of people be saying this because like I find it to be very similar to what's happening around Madrid, where you know a lot of them will talk about, oh, there's so many of these black guys there, oh, they all got these dreads and everything like that, and I think, you know, sometimes they just look for like that one player to almost be the ringleader for them. And like the thing with Madueke is there's a lot of stuff that, you know, obviously he's got a dreadlocks, he wears a headband, you know, he's got like a very attitude like where he believes in himself, you know, and everything like that. You know, he's very ambitious in that sense. And then obviously he doesn't really talk proper at times, you know what I mean? He does a little bit of slang, you know what I mean? And everything like that. And then that all plays a part into it. And then they're like
do you remember last year? I think we had lost the game or something, or we were on a bad run of form. Remember that video that came out of Madueke and Carney?
Yes.
They were in a car and they were, yeah.
I think it was some Valentine's video that the Chelsea football club did for us, if I'm not mistaken, right? And they were like, oh, look at these, well, I was gonna say goons, so like, you know, they're saying stuff like that basically about them, like, oh, what are they happy for? We're losing games and everything like that. That's what they were literally saying. And like that's the issue that I've always had, like, you know, the way that we sometimes the way that a lot of our young black players have spoken at times, bro, and not just by our own fans, but a lot of rival fans, you know, also like, you know, amp into it too.
Scott, you wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, I was just trying to find, talking to the Mandem FC like whole thing, there was a tweet recently, like in the last like week or so, from a big Chelsea account. I say a big Chelsea account, one of the Chelsea accounts on Twitter, where they mentioned the Mandem FC thing. And there's like, if you go and read the tweet, there's huge hints, like undertones of racism within the tweet. And I'm trying to find it, but I can't. I think
Do you know what it spoke about?
No, I just remember that. Oh, here we go. I found it. This was literally 9 days ago.
Send it into the group chat.
Yeah, let me share it or send it to Marshall and he can bring it up.
But JC, it's not. They're not. Okay, hold on. You're misconstruing. It's no one here is saying it's solely. Let me explain. No one is saying it's solely because of that. What they're saying is that it's a dynamic that adds to it. And But hold on. But guys, let me explain. There is also the fact that early on in the season, there was literally a video that went viral that had racial undertones on Noni Madueke. He's getting the Mandem together. He's ostracizing the white guys, and like Mudryk was like the subject of it and everything. Like it was just ridiculous. Here, let me share what Scott said.
No,
that's not true.
Marshall, bring up what JC's comment.
Yeah, I was gonna reply to that too, Prime, before you go. Yeah, I was just gonna say, guys, the reason why Kante wasn't doing Kante, with all due respect, yeah, when he was at Chelsea, he didn't have a personality, bro. That guy was just going smiling and keeping it pushing. He was smiling, bro, and keeping it pushing, bro.
I think that's the thing. Is like, it's a case of like
the way they disrespect, the way Kante got disrespected at Chelsea as this cute little black guy that doesn't speak. Oh, look how cute he is, treated like a child. He didn't get Kante was never treated with respect. He was treated like a child.
I mean, he took this long to get him a fucking banner.
Oh, he's always happy Kante, always smiling. That's what
he wasn't smiling when Danny Rose clipped.
I say that's the thing. He came, and that's also like I think he did get treated with respect at times. I understand what Prime's saying, but like But the reason for it is because of the whole like the humble stuff of the like he drives a Mini and he doesn't talk a lot and like
the
it's
whole
like
Mini
the whole,
thing. Sorry,
it's the whole again. It's like the racial undertones of like being seen and not heard sort of thing.
Wait,
And that's what it comes down to. And like I think that's the reason. Like part of me, like I think part of it, like why Kante gets so much love. But obviously, there's the on the pitch stuff as well. Like obviously, but I'm saying like he just came across as way more introverted, and so people would like didn't have anything bad to say about him. Whereas like that's the thing with like Madueke and Carney and other guys, like because they're a lot more extroverted, like that's like they're gonna get hate for that, like rightly or wrongly. And yeah, this is the tweet I was on about.
Oh yeah, by the way, Kante is getting
tweet.
a banner. I saw the banner about the Kante's getting a permanent
Yeah,
banner.
we spoke about that in the beginning. Good for him. He deserves it. Should have happened a while ago, to be honest. But I mean, even on this whole Noni thing, it is ridiculous. And you guys have opened like there is a whole dynamic of that too. You made me realize like that is true. But even like okay, let's just say like even if we take that out of it. Obviously, the performances on the pitch haven't been great. I get it. But I don't have a problem with my winger being confident in himself and thinking he is the best in the team. I have no issue with that. I feel like you should be confident. You should give yourself that standard and step up to that standard. Because I do feel that Noni thinks he's the best player in the team. I really feel that.
I don't know if he thinks he's the best. He might. I don't know, but...
if he at minimum he thinks he's one of the best.
He backs himself. He rates himself, of course. Like he knows he thinks he's well.
I just don't mind him being selfish. Like if anything, I want my wingers to be more selfish.
I always say it depends on the context. If there's an open space,
it's decision making. We spoke about it.
It's always decision making. Yeah. And what he said about I'm not sure if you remember about Wolverhampton, man. That was elite because he bagged a hat trick on him as well.
Yeah. So it's like. The disrespect for Noni, I think it's way too over the top. I think there is criticisms to be had of Noni. I think everyone can agree that is 100%. Reasonable. But the attitude thing, all this stuff that we just showed in the tweet, all that stuff is ridiculous. And the over the top highlighting every little nitpicky thing that he's doing, it's just ridiculous too. Like, give it up. Like, genuinely, just in the words of the great Griggs, I'll put it this.
Give it up.
It's done. Like, let it go. He is who he is. Every player on this team has the right to have a personality, okay? Just because you don't fucking like it, just because it doesn't go what. And that's the other thing too. Like, it's not like he goes on Sky Sports or he goes on whatever Chelsea FC YouTube channel and he's being slanderous or being inappropriate. Like, I feel like he's being really professional and very likable. That's the part that baffles me. Like, how people want to act like this and scrutinize him like this is ridiculous. If you want to talk on Noni, talk on the performances on the pitch. Leave this shit outside the pitch. Sure, there's certain things that we want him to be more professional about, but I think he's doing that anyways. He is being more professional. He's not doing the stuff he was doing back then. Just like Jackson, after the whole OnlyFans thing and all that stuff. Have you heard about that?
I'll be real, again, the OnlyFans stuff, I think people are gassing out way too much. I still doubt that he was doing that Mazzolini.
Again.
No, but like, no, he probably was. But like,
he probably was. But again, he's matured from that. We haven't heard of that. Like, there's no reoccurring.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know if you saw 2 weeks ago. There was like a rumor about him already doing another thing.
No, but like, no. But the thing is, like, the fact that I have to explain this.
I know what you're gonna say, but I mean,
the fact that I have to explain this to people, like, do people understand what sports people do? Like, go and look at who Nicolas Pepe is dating currently. Don't search up images, but go and research who Nicolas Pepe.
Don't put it on the stream.
Go and look at some of the guys. Go and look at some of the guys that the likes of Dennis Rodman and Niesman in the NBA were sleeping with in their prime. Zion Williamson. Go and look at the nonsense that was going on with Zion last year. Like, this happens in sports, unfortunately.
Yeah.
This just happens. Like at the end of the day, as long as you're not like a criminal, like, and as long as you're not bringing my club into disrepute, and as long as you're performing, I don't give a fuck.
Exactly, and that's the thing.
Whatever you want with, like, I might judge in terms of if it's some butters girl, I might judge, but outside of that, I don't really care.
Ah, be real, man. Big up Pepe Nation. Big up Pepe Nation doing amazing stuff. You know, I mean, listen, he might be getting. He's gonna get a nice little stab in the back. We'll see. You know what I mean? We're tracking that one when that happens. Don't worry, man. Listen, Marshall was very happy for him. Marshall's very happy for him, it seems. But hey, interesting, Marshall. Interesting. You're very happy.
I don't care for Nicolas Pepe, but either way,
you do care about TT, don't you?
Listen, what Audi TT wants to do in his personal life, let him. All right.
No, it's not him. I said, hey, Marshall didn't clock what I said initials TT, but he didn't get it.
Thomas Tuchel.
I was talking to Pepe, and the first thing he's seeing, and I gave her initials, and he didn't.
Bro, I'll say her name.
I don't know.
I'll tell you her name. It's Tiana Trump. She's a porn star.
See, Marshall,
know that.
Marshall, stop doing this gimmick, bro. We know you know her, Marshall, man.
No, I have literally no idea.
Stop this gimmick, Marshall. Marshall is doing this gimmick.
Listen, you just outed yourself, bro. Like,
no,
you can take, you hold that out. You can hold that out.
Not outing myself.
You can hold that out.
Listen,
I am a wholesome guy. I'm a child of God.
Ahmed, can I just say this, bro? Ahmed, come on, bro. Look at the way he treats you and me. Do you think you'd like her? Let's be real.
I mean, she's light skin, innit? You know, in terms of America, they like light skins, innit? You know, they don't put dark skins, innit? So,
anyways, let's go ahead and call this the end of the show, ladies and gents. It's been another 4 hours is crazy, but hey, you know what it is?
When's last time we did that?
Last week.
Really?
Last week, literally.
Last week.
Yeah, we need to take the coke off Marshall, man.
Let me fucking A, bro. Let me close off the.
What the fuck?
Wait, what is going?
Anyways, I'm gonna end the show. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here tonight. As always, be sure to smash the like if you haven't done so already. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here, and if you already are here, you're already subscribed, be sure to check out the memberships. It helps us out tremendously. It's only 99p for the first tier, and you get some cool emojis. Links in the description below. Leave a comment down below. Let us know your thoughts on everything we discuss. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed these international break 4-hour streams, because I don't expect to do them again, maybe until next international break. But I hope you guys enjoy it. And also, if you are a member and if you're a proper casual and higher tiered member, we do give shout outs at the end of every show, and that's going to go out to EE, Hassan Nawaz, Dark, Adrian, A. Suleiman, Scott, Josh CFC, M3, IE Wani, Gabriel, and What. Big up to you guys.
Why don't get sharing love, Marshall? You know,
because you are not proper. You are not a proper casual.
What?
You know what, man? This is what it must feel like for certain man them who pay for OnlyFans, bro. They just never get sharing love. Like, what's going on?
How do you know that?
Your guess is as good as
this
mine.
is what it must feel like. That's what I'm saying. This is what it must feel like for them.
It might be how it feels like for them.
Hey, Ahmed, ask Fator, he knows.
Fair enough.
Jesus Christ. All right, we're ending the show. Y'all have a wonderful night.
As you know, man, we don't do
stay
that.
casual.
Peace. The Bridge Nation, we don't do that here, man. You know?